Hey guys, sorry, 1 second. Let me get everything up and running. Sorry for the delay this morning. There's a lot of shit going on. All right. Ooh, cheap. That's exciting. Hmm. Market crashing? Doing great. Cat's ripping. That's cool. Hmm. Facebook coming up. Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Change your voice so you're anonymous. How are you playing earnings if we're going into it trading around $90? Probably the same way I'm playing it now, which is not at all. I bought June calls. That's it. Nothing exciting. Probably no zero DTEs. The risk is too high, and Ivy is going to be absurd. It's already 170% at the money. It's the one. No. January or July leaves? After earnings? January. Good morning. Is writing a weekly put on Jamie a dumb move for earnings? Mostly happy with my position, I think. I want to grab some premium to make up for November drops. April calls got destroyed. It's risky because earnings is on Thursday, right? And so if they slam the price Friday, you could get assigned. I'm probably not selling CSPs or covered calls this week because the earnings is there's too much going on. It's too big of an unknown. There shouldn't be an echo. If you have an echo, just reset the app. You're gonna get assigned on your 90s? No, I didn't get assigned on them. That was Friday's close. Thanks, Ornate Pigeon. I appreciate it, man. Settle something for me. Will writing a weekly CC on my underlying held LT reset my holding period? If you write it in the money, and it gets assigned, yes. If you write it in the money and it doesn't get assigned, it will simply reset your holding period during the duration of the contract. But if you write it at the money or out of the money, then no. Did you get assigned on your 20s? No, I did not. My 20s for March 11th? No. What is going on? All right, never mind. Did I not think we'd see over $88 again? But now I'm almost certain we're gonna see 80 or lower. Okay. Should just ride them into earnings at this point. April 8th calls. They already got destroyed 80%. Yeah, I mean, cross your fingers, I guess. We're heading to a new 52-week low today. We'll see. Possibly. Do you think we'll hit the 70s? No, we're right. I mean, we're right at like the low floor right now. So we'll see. We could bounce. Maybe they keep dropping us. But it's, I don't know. We don't have any support below here. Below like 86.30. There's no low support. So where we're going to end up is anybody's guess at that point. The next support down is in the 40s. I'd imagine there'll be some support at $69. Well, I answered that, RP. Good entry on SWBI. Smith & Wesson brands. I don't know if this is something I'd be interested in buying into. This looks fucking terrible. So no. It looks like it's breaking up from a low, and it's failed to break out, and then it, like, this is a bear pennant. It looks like it's going to continue breaking down. If you're shorting it, not terrible. Ooh, stock you turning around a little bit? Not yet. What's BBBY doing? Bouncing. Okay. Looks like we found a little support there at 87, so, or 86. A little higher than the previous one. Possible margin call. Check out the SPY. No. It just looks like, I mean, that doesn't even look like an unusual open. Is Moulin and a gamma squeeze? Maybe. To like 250? Guess it's possible. $22 million shares. Um, Did it have any options expiring last week? I don't think so, but it might be heading for one. IV's nice. Is that covered calls have a 100 shares for 200 bucks? It's kind of not. Hmm. Moulin has a lot of bag holders trying to pump the stock. Be wary. Yeah, I know it's super popular. I've noticed. My concern there would be it never hits 250, right? Isn't this very high volume for GME? It's decent, yeah. But there weren't that many shares available to borrow this morning. I think it was at between IBKR and Fidelity, it was fairly low. Fucking 260,000. So I mean we gotta wait a few minutes to check the options and see if they're just buying puts. Spy doesn't even look that bad. Looks a little. Ooh, cat fell quick. Hold on, I need to check that. Still looks good. Amazon. Can you explain what quad witching is? It's when everything expires for the quarter. Futures, options, all of it. Usually drives a lot of volume and volatility. Well, not always, but sometimes it drives a lot of volume and volatility. Moulin had my attention at 80 cents because of the pump going on, but then I looked into the company. I don't think they'll ever turn a profit. Yeah, I looked at, somebody already sent me like a bunch of DD on it and they don't look good. So it's definitely like a pump and dump. That doesn't mean you can't make money off it. It just, the options chain looks really, really weak past 250, and I don't think breaking 250 is very likely. It kind of looks like we found a bottom for today, at least. How the fuck have they not covered OPEX? Not doing futures all over a second time in a row? And just de-hedging any puts by the looks of it. We don't know yet. I mean, all of the ETF exposure on S&P indexes comes due Friday, so should get spicy later. Gherk, are they covering? Probably covering this morning's short attack. Remember, like when we see this volume spike come in at the peak, it works the opposite way too. It means they're buying into the selling. I've noticed AMD close under max pain at the last several quad witchings, but right now max pain is 120 and it's so far below positive pressure. What's AMD doing this morning? AMD's at 100, it's a solid buy-in. So if this falls just a little more down into that like $100 range, it's a very good deal. It could go lower potentially, but I don't know how much. I think their merger's coming up soon too. It's gonna be interesting. All right, breakout stopped at 90.75. What was our delta neutral this morning? It was at 100. BBY Jan 2024 leaps are kind of cheap. Good play to capitalize on the share buyback. Sure. Waiting for 69.69 is hard. Need to load my account tomorrow. Debit spreads for this week when we stabilize might not be a terrible idea. I'm thinking about it. I can't do it in this account though. I got to do it in Schwab or IBKR. What are your thoughts on Musk's combat challenge to Vladimir Putin on Twitter? And how will this affect the price of GME? Wait, what? 650,000 volume in 30 minutes. The big volume morning. Ugh, sorry. I woke up late today. It's been the worst. Okay, cat's breaking down, and this kind of, hold on. If cat starts to move below well, it's still above that. But like right at it. If it starts if it starts to move below 14, I need to set up some stop losses. It's probably gonna move back down to like 210. Oh, okay. All that shorting only dropped to $6. Yeah, but we didn't recover $6. Worth checking GME options. Probably a couple more minutes. Daylight savings in the USA only. I don't know. Don't other countries have that also? I feel like they do. Can a big FTC investigation severely impact the SPY and VIX? Yeah. Especially if assets are frozen. Do you think that with BBY squeeze, the GME will follow up? And if yes, can we determine MOASS time based on RC's BBY options? Mm, I think GameStop will move up if BBBY squeezes. Um, and based on when Cohen finished his buy-in, we could see FTDs starting to pile up from that as soon as next week. Yeah, Tuesday next week, as a matter of fact. If that's the case, then 13 days or so after that, we could see a squeeze across the basket, or at least significant price improvement across the basket. So I would say, I mean, next week I think has far more potential than this week. I really don't think a lot is going to happen this week. I think they'll probably try to suppress the price and crush IV into earnings if they can. You can check out the daily. I have a link to my DD from the weekend, Jacob, and the member stream from yesterday. Both of those cover a lot of what I think is going to go on. Do you think Express is a good stock to practice wheeling with potential interest in RC? I don't really know if the IV over there is high enough. It's okay. They have earnings coming up? I think they might have earnings coming up. Okay. March 8. Yeah, I think they have earnings coming up. It'd be an interesting time. I mean, I guess if Express is something you're interested in, I've found it to be not a very good money maker, at least on the options side. All right, that's good. So double bottom strong, ascending. We might have like an okay floor here now. What do you think RC's next move will be on the basket? I mean, who knows? This move took a year. I don't know if he's going to make another move right away. You so you expect earnings to not be volatile? I don't expect post earnings to not be that volatile, but it's hard to say what's going to happen. There's no reason to think that it's going to be super fucking bullish. I think we'll dump hard after earnings per our last 11 earnings, possibly. Price target for BBBY. I mean, I think it can hit like $8 to $10 billion market cap by next year. If the board does the things that Cohen's asking them to do. I mean, if he pushes for a proxy vote, which he may not, right? If the board's going to work with him, then yeah, he could try to force a share recall. Are there any stocks you'd suggest to learn the wheel strat on? No. I mean, you could try learning it on something easy like Ford or GM or GE. Something big and slow. It's probably the easiest way. But you're not gonna make a lot of money doing that. AMD under 100 is a buy, but BBBY a buy now or wait and see what happens. I don't hate the price at 20 on BBBY. Ooh, and it's doing things. Popcorn's pretty easy to wheel. Yeah, I guess so. Price target for my dignity. AMC VP sold all their remaining shares. Yeah, I think they're getting ready to do another offering too. Insiders owning the majority of the float, a 500 milli buyback, and a 15C dividend, both happening shortly. Shouldn't DDS be flying off the shelf if it's in the basket? I'm not clever enough to get it. The buyback's going to take some time, and I don't think the dividend is happening just yet. I think there's a little bit of time for that as well. Did they announce the ex-dividend date on that? Let me look. Ex-dividend 12/23 payment date 1. Okay, that's the old one. I'm gonna have to look up their dividend. They just did a special dividend in November of $15 a share to shake off some of the shorts. I don't think it worked. How long do these market downturns usually last? Could it take us all the way through 2022, or is there some hope of a bounce back? Usually they accelerate at some point. So eventually fear takes over and it starts selling off. And then, you know, that's when you have a crash. They generally don't last long, but historically we've had some bear markets that have gone for more than like a year. The Great Depression is one instance. Sometimes it's very quick. It just hits the bottom and starts moving back up. I just don't see a reason to hype this week's sploosh. I think all the obligations are due afterwards, right? Not that we can't run up into earnings, we could, but it doesn't fucking look like it right now, does it? How long do these market downturns last? While admittedly I'm always full bull, this price action seems desperate and fearful on behalf of the short hedge funds. Thoughts? Not really. They just shorted open. I mean, why not if it gets people to sell? I thought BBY board was specifically in place to bankrupt the company, or was Superstock wrong? Almost always. New Bazinga article, forget AMC and GameStop. Could shorts get smoked on Cinemark? Was CNK the play? Just bought in at 19. BBY play all along. The $5 you sent me in birthday card hits my account tomorrow. Should I get into BBY or buy more GME calls like I always do? It's up to you, man. Yeah. Over 700 cam volume. What do you think that is because of the low price? It's partially the low price, partially because they shorted the fuck out of the stock this morning. Oh, let me check the options chain, by the way, before I forget. Doesn't this scream desperate to you? No. It's odd. I mean, pushing us down from 250 to sub 100 screamed desperate. A fucking morning drop of $6 doesn't. $70 calls, 1.7 million bought. Ooh, that's institutional. That's a lot. Wait, is that the right time frame? Yeah, for this Friday. Someone's exercising in the money calls. A lot of 100s bought and Jan 60s. Those look sold. Jan $60 calls look sold. Considering. Mm. What is Rig doing? Ew. Well, that didn't have a very good morning. They have 450 options on this. Yeah. $2020 crash is technically a bear market too. That was like 2 weeks ago. That was like what, 2 weeks? Yeah, it wasn't very long. It was a little longer than 2 weeks, but it wasn't very long. Do you still have wheat? Yes. $230 and X payment date on 5/2. Okay. Yeah. So I would expect if it's going to experience price action due to the dividend thing, it's going to be closer to the X dividend date. Good morning, my dudes. What the fuck? I mean, we're recovering. This isn't bad. Our trend flipped at 80, like above our low, like our intra-year low. So bullish. You have an algo to find the stocks that go up 50% in a day before it happens, please? Asking for myself. Thank you, Multi Bliss. Hedgies are running out of ammo. I mean, they are. They're running out of time to refill their ammo more than they're running out of ammo. Does that make sense? That makes sense. But you mean now or after earnings? I mean, it's at like 52-week lows. What kind of question is that? I mean, sure, they can drop it after earnings, but I mean, isn't it really going to get much cheaper than it is right now? Yeah, the clock's changed. Do you believe in the psyops that short hedge funds may be conducting on forums like SS through mass media to make people hate GameStop? That they've been doing this for a year plus now. I'm aware. I think the media push is very telling. I don't know about psyops on Superstock. I don't know if it's even necessary. The infighting is unreal. Suppose dump the options chain was frozen for about 15 minutes. Interesting. I shorted the amount of 1 gallon of gas this morning. Coincidence? And gas isn't that much here, I don't think. It's like 5.10 or something. How do you tell if options are bought or sold? If they're sold, the OI will increase, but you won't see that till the end of the day. The best way to tell intraday is by the bid ask spread. Also, if you can watch the spread and see if it's moving up or moving down, that can indicate it also. If you think BBBY has the potential to squeeze towards 100, which jam leap strike is best to enter if you want to profit off of IV spiking? I mean, all of them are going to be super sensitive to Delta or Vega. Like they're all going to have high Vega value. So any of them. What's the highest strike? 80, I guess. Seems reasonable. Did they open up more strikes for this week? Yeah, a few, not many. Curious. Wonder what. Uh, neutral. Came a neutral at like 2071. Came a max at 2350. Hmm. Curious. How do you tell if options are bought or sold? In general, is there a higher amount of options exercised? Calls around dividend periods in the market? Usually a lot of like sold options pulled back. Where can I find an IV average? Do brokers offer that on their site? Thanks. Some do, TDA does. For what stock? I might be able to answer it for you. Or at least I could tell you the IV30. Postman asks, which album are you gonna bump first on your lot, on your yacht? Now that's what I call music. 1, 7, or 22. Seen Reggie Phil's Ames talking about RC and GameStop? No. Bull Run on Spy, dangerous to the shorties. Yes. And this is a little bit of a bounce. Uh, that doesn't look like a bull run though. Not yet. Cat coming back up. That's good. I guess I didn't get filled. That's a nice entry for anybody that is interested in that sort of thing. AMD's coming back up very nicely. If you got in at 101, congrats. GameStop's still kind of just looking like shit. Russia already said they aren't exporting until August. We definitely going up and up. Yeah, I agree. Thoughts on MCS for long positions coming out of the pandemic? Bounced off its low. Seems like got good room to the upside. Oh, let me take Marcus CPU. What the fuck is this? Movie theaters, hotels, and resorts. Hotel management. I mean, for like a long buy and hold, it's not doing terribly. Although, they have resorts in Wisconsin, Illinois, Nebraska, and Oklahoma. Um, I don't know, man. The current price isn't terrible. I don't see a lot of upside for it though. So I'm gonna come back down to 420. Maybe. Margin call a most probable bull thesis to explain our price action at this point? No. Uh, the most probable thesis to explain our price action at this point, a bull thesis? Yeah. Their pickle major. I lost a lot of money from non-OPEX and had to spend the last week bottling artisanal mayo from local Dan's for some walking around money. Missed the BBBY play. Why do we think it will squeeze from an RC buy-in when Jamie still hasn't squeezed? I mean, Jimmy did squeeze, but it didn't short squeeze. It did. I mean, experienced an FTD and Vana squeeze in January. You can look at check out my DD from this weekend. If you go to the daily, I put links to the DD from this weekend and also the member stream from yesterday. I go into a lot of detail on that. So if you want to check that out, that's probably the best place to look. Thoughts on Baba approaching that undervalued zone soon? I mean, it's already way under that zone. Like way, way, way the fuck under that zone. It's Baba's cheaper now than it's been since fucking 2016. And I still think fucking Munger's buying more. This seem like resort states. What cap price improvement are you expecting? I expect it could keep running up into like the 220, 224 range. See, I'm not, if they're like the way they describe it as them being resorts makes me not want to look at the stock at all. But like the fact that it's probably motels and like highway pit stop hotels and shit could be kind of bullish. If that's the case, they might be a little undervalued even. But if they're actually running like casinos and shit and fucking places like Michigan and Illinois, I don't. I mean, they do okay, but that business doesn't really fucking excel. Unless the economy is doing really, really well, which it's not. Well, BBY is so cheap. This forum could essentially create mass by exercising in the money options during a BBY run up. Theoretically. Yeah, I know about MULN. I don't think it's going to pass 250. The company looks like a turd. It might gamma squeeze, but it has to cross 250 by this Friday to pull it off. And until then, I'm not really interested in it. I don't think Baba will correct until shipping corrects. Probably. Jimmy showing 11% large order outflow. I haven't seen that in a while. Someone may have 11% large order outflow. What the fuck is metric is that? Are you just looking at like this? This is just nonsense. Wheat. About it. Where did it go? It's not on my list anymore. What the fuck happened to it? Yeah, wheat's coming back up a little bit. I don't know why it's not still on my list. At least my $10 calls are back in the money now. Even though the resort in Oklahoma is worth shorting. VIX via IFX, Russia may halt wheat, corn, rye, barley exports on March 15th. Cool. What BBBY Jan leaps are you looking at right now? I bought some 30s and some 60s. I'm probably looking at 40 as well. Hotels, golf courses, water parks, new casinos. Okay. What BBBY Jan leaps are you looking at right now? I already answered that. XRT moving up this morning. I don't think significantly. It's coming up a little bit, but mostly just bouncing off its low. I wouldn't be surprised if something happened with XRT this week. I just can't see them wanting to carry the fucking short positions that are on it right now um, into the ex-dividend date. I'm going back to 20 or 350 fast. I would say 350 is more likely than 20. If you were a boomer, would you have pulled out of index funds already? Probably. Has Jimmy been shorted this much right before earnings before? Usually we do okay into earnings. Maybe August, like into September earnings. Wasn't super great. So we were pretty down into September earnings, and then December was rough. The two earnings before that, and March we were, uh, June we ran all the way up into earnings. So yeah, we get shorted into earnings pretty often. Mostly because earnings on GameStop are kind of irrelevant, right? And it's in a turnaround, so you don't really expect earnings to be good. I know a lot of people are super hype for earnings, but I don't have a lot of expectations. I think our EPS could be slightly better than last quarter because it's quarter four, but I think earnings, the more important part of earnings will be uh, if they offer some kind of guidance, which is unlikely based on RC's letter to BBBY. Or, hmm, what would be the other potential? Or maybe they release the marketplace or some indication of releasing the marketplace. I have way more confidence in his buy-in and BBBY to create price action than anything from GameStop's earnings. Although it's in a very good place to create something if he does announce things. Is it worth trying to wheel BBBY to gradually build up shares or just buy leaps, which I already have? Yeah, it's worth wheeling if you have shares. The stock does exhibit atypical behavior. Eater, I'll look at it, Bithead, but probably not gonna like it. No, I'm not a big fan. Yeah, there's more room to the downside on this too. That bounce from 86 doesn't look convincing. It doesn't look very strong. Yeah, I looked up options data. Somebody bought a bunch of in the money March 18 calls at 70, like 1.7 million worth. I'd be happy with updates on the fulfillment center progress status. See, I don't think we get those until the shareholders meeting. Because I know the leases on at least two of them don't start until April. Any thoughts on DraftKings? Yeah, I don't like it. Isn't there some sort of like basketball thing going on right now? They might run a little bit, but Yeah, sure. That March Madness. Really want to start selling some CCs. Always feeling like I'm leaving some extra cash on the table post earnings. That's fair. Selling DKNG at 66 was the best trading decision I made all year, other than continuing to buy GMA. Ader can go even lower. It can. I saw it, Carl. I know what you're up to. Yeah, the basketball home run derby thing will definitely be impactful. I don't know how impactful it'll be. It'll probably help their stock price slightly. If you get leaps, how far out of the money are you thinking about? For next January? For GME? Butter peanut? Cat just crossed 217 again. Did GameStop specify that those facilities are going to be used as fulfillment centers? I believe so. If there's a Fed meeting this week, if rates are going to get raised, I don't want to buy a derivative before Roe fucks them. Wait, wouldn't you want to buy it before Roe makes them more expensive? I mean, the market makers are probably already pricing in the change, but yeah. Do you have anything earlier than June now? Nope. I had some like March 25s last week that I was holding in case they rolled forward futures. And those are gone now. Do you think Cat was the real MOASS the whole time? It's been very good. Many of the truths that we cling to depend on our point of view. The greatest teacher failure is. Thanks, Yoda Ferg 23. Good Cat. Cat's phenomenal. I think I might just be gunning for 220 now. This is a nice breakup. This is not bullish. But it could break up. Just because we're holding VWAP here, it's kind of compelling. Things I've learned on this channel, cat calls are good. You're not wrong, Carl. So if I have 2K left to contribute to my options enabled Roth, do I get brave and buy leaps or just buy and hold the stock? Bonus next week. Up to you. I mean, January leaps at this price could be good. We've resisted a surprising amount of the downturn in the market. I know people think we haven't, but we've done okay. Do you think GameStop is being crushed because of the coming effects from RC's BBY purchase? It's possible. We won't know until things start moving. The spring is wound tighter and tighter, but I don't think we'll see any big effects from Cohen's buy-in until after futures expire. BBY price point in 6 months. It depends on what they do. I mean, if they start following through on some of the plans Cohen's been talking about, I mean, you could see not only the split off of like the baby brand leading to owning more shares, but also like BBY realizing some of its asset value, like its book value is way in excess of the price it's trading at. So that plus their share buyback, I mean, I don't think like prices under or over like 40 or 50 are out of the question. And you know, with the short positions, I think it could be even higher. Did you paper trade when you had a day job? Yeah. I doubt RC would have made such a public move if it wasn't a very strategic moment. His past actions speak for themselves. They do. It's the most public move he's made since he bought GameStop. When are you gonna post the classic streamer we need to talk video? I don't know what that is. Is that a thing? Why the fuck are vaccine companies running today? Moderna candled big. No idea. New variant, maybe? Is BBY a safer play than GME? Cheaper. Yeah, I mean, right now, yeah, I would say it's less risky. From just because of price. Would you say GME or BBY would run harder from the BBY reg show? BBY would have to have more FTDs, but GME is far more illiquid. I mean, DDS has run harder because of GameStop's pressure on the basket than GameStop has, right? So that should give you an idea. You think we'll hit 60 post earnings? No. I think once we're in these like double digit prices, retail's buying power gets a lot stronger, right? Like everyone's like, oh, retail's tapped out, but in these price ranges, it's much harder for them to push the price down. And it's especially hard for them to keep it down. China's back on lockdown. Interesting. Another round of boosters. Fun. Who did you follow on YouTube? Nobody. Vaccine company is running because CEO said fourth vaccine will be needed. Okay. It puts pressure on the basket. It does. I'm curious how they're able to push the price down so much for so long if most people are holding, because they make shares and sell them. How, what, Jesus Christ. Are you selling CSP on this dip, or are we going to see how it goes, how tomorrow goes? I'm not selling any CSPs for this week. Not on GameStop. Nokia running today as well. Interesting. That's weird. Hmm. Absolutely never ever invest in this company. It's the fucking worst. It's interesting that it turned around. I would have definitely expected it to go back to 430. Huh. Okay, so this did fail. Good. Now if we can level off, we can bounce. MC still hasn't hit my original cost basis before I sold at 60 and 50. Raymond James gave Nokia an upgraded analysis 2 hours ago. To what? $6? I'm just now here and I'm far too important to rewind. So can you start over and go over literally every single thing you've talked about? Of course. I don't care about Moderna, Victor, if you're chasing the pump on that. Tesla, I actually do kind of care about. Um, Tesla looks like hot garbage. Hmm. Guess I'm selling in the money covered calls this week. Noticing a big lack of OI on a lot of stocks. Everyone holding out till the FOMC meeting on Wednesday? Probably. They want to know what they're going to do with rates. Too late to get in on wheat or cat. Wheat's fine. I still have 11 and $12 calls on this. Cat, it depends on the consolidation. It's getting kind of volatile in this range. Let me check something here. See, the problem with cat is it doesn't have yeah, I think cat might correct a little. I have stop limits in place to the downside already. But I could see cat correcting. It's kind of hitting the top of its chain. Or at least it's open interest right now. So like Gamma Max, I think it's gonna possibly start coming down. I don't know if it's gonna dip very low because everything's climbing with it, but it could fall back to 200 before pushing back up, potentially. You're an analyst. Why don't you just upgrade a GME to $69 million? Sure, I'll get right on the report. It's not just because oil's at an all-time high. There's supply issues, Robert Stray. That's what's hurting Tesla. Also, just because oil's up doesn't mean people can afford to buy $90,000 cars. Got 100K coming at the end of May. Can you talk Tesla down to 250 in the meantime? I would like 400 more shares so I can sell 1cc a week, 4 weeks out for like $2,000 a week. I mean, you can sell them for more than that. Is 23andMe turning into a penny stock? And it kind of already is, right? It definitely looks like it's starting to enter an accumulation period. I still don't know if the value here is something people are going to want to realize in the near term, though. So it could stay low for quite some time. So sell Amazon CSPs. You can. I don't want this on my watch list anymore. Is that still there? I have a lot of shit on here I need to get rid of. Snapchat? I don't give a fuck about Snapchat. Do you kind of care about TQQQ right now? Somewhere. Spot. Ooh. I like that. Hmm. All right, so like 227 maybe for the SPY right now. God, I really don't want to play the long side of the SPY though. Ooh, Tesla's pushing up more. That's good. So Tesla's pushing up through its gamma max right now. I'm pulling back my stop limits. Dream is over. How? Because you said so? Nordstrom calls? I don't hate it. Interesting morning. What time frame are you thinking, Turd? July's? Or April's? I don't hate April like 30. Maybe I do. April 25s? It's kind of pricey. 2750 for April. See, that seems reasonable. Hmm. Their earnings were really good, actually. And down further. I gotta update Reddit. Give me a second, guys. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to wait for this buy to test 427 and then try to fade the top of this run. Okay, Tesla did fail. It does keep pushing on it though, which is good. Visa's coming up. This Visa run looks good for like 210, by the way, if anybody's interested in Visa. 6'3", Prometheus Dan Powell. Been MIA lately, but holding strong. This is your monthly thanks for all that you do. Thank you so much, Dan Powell. I appreciate that, man. J-Dub plays. So I just keep averaging down my position with the short on open. Basically the dip before the rip. Realistic thoughts on potential GME MOASS this year. I think our potential for a squeeze to occur is fairly high if similar events occur on BBBY that occurred on GameStop last year when Ryan Cohen bought in. Okay, we now have a new yearly low. That's Cat, not Tesla. What? I was looking at Cat. I wasn't looking at Tesla. Did I say Tesla? I meant Cat. It's Why did you call Cat Tesla? I don't know, because I talk about 200 different fucking stocks a day. What do you think of Disaster's Gherkin? That was amazing. That was funny as hell. Oh, bouncing off 1750. This is super dope. There's no fucking way this keeps pushing, right? It's just not gonna stop. I mean, I'm okay with it, but it's BBBY dropping too. Actually came down kind of hard. About 2 million shares to borrow on this morning. So, ooh, someone's selling out. This is interesting. Check ASO. Ooh, it's having a nice morning. That looks nice for another $1. As far as this down. There's a lot of resistance at 36. This is fucking crazy. Is this DRS? I kind of want to buy more. That was fucking nuts. Look at our volume. Get 500,000. This is the most excited I've been in quite some time. Hold on. I want to buy things. Curious. They keep pushing? Spy's fine. This is out of line with everything. Ooh, I like this entry. It's up in the next few days. Dip before the rip. What are your immediate thoughts on what is happening with the volume and price action? I don't know. I need to check. I need to check something. Give me a second. June 17, 100 puts. April 14, 90 put. 90, 120. I mean, there's some puts, but not a lot. 6.9 million today. That's not sufficient. This is interesting. Almost triggered SSR. Close. A lot of in the money puts coming in. I shouldn't say a lot. There's in the money puts coming in. There's also a lot of calls bought at 70. 1.7 million in calls bought at $70 strike for this Friday. Melvin's selling out of long positions before shorts are forced coverage. I don't know. DDS 273.58. Yeah, that's what's weird is everything else is climbing up. Like XRT is doing fine today. Just BBBY and GameStop. Oh, AMC's, yeah, even AMC is like just flat. This is very interesting. Do I sell an at the money CSP? It's an option. I'm trying to think if I should close my puts. How about puts for earnings? But now they're in the money. Okay. I'll just use that for free shares then. Should pick up some AMD. That's a decent price right now. What's going on right now? Massive sell-off or short? I'm not really sure. I don't think there were that many shares available to borrow. What's the point of buying $70 calls to exercise them? Usually if you see that, institutions are doing it either to avoid moving the price on the lit exchange or because there's arbitrage. Curious specific thoughts you're having that are making you bullish from this dip. I mean, we're getting very close to like fundamental fair value on GameStop. $4 lower, and we could start to see institutions buying in. Like big institutions buying in. What institution sells out of their position at a 52-week low? I can't think of very many institutions that own GameStop outside of ETFs. Why would Cohen see this and say nothing? Because corporations generally don't spend a lot of time managing their stock price. They just try to make it go up by doing things. Could there be leaked bad earnings info? Unlikely. March 1870, 116 sold on the bid at the same time, 180 bought on the ask. Calendar spread, maybe? 16 sold, 180 bought. Huh. I don't know about the 116 sold. It doesn't have to be the same thing. That's it. I've had it with this price action. I can no longer say I'm done buying. What price do you think RC would actually buy more shares? I mean, I would say that this would be a range that would be an attractive price for him. I think this is a range where institutions definitely have a lot more interest in buying the stock. You can, how do you come up with a fair evaluation for company? You can use enterprise value, which is like EBITDA divided by 1 over the rate of growth. You can use just EBITDA. You can use enterprise value. You can use market capitalization, discounted cash flow. You can do all of them. They're super fun. Could this be ETF rebalancing? No, usually that's done after the rebalancing date. Is that like an algorithmic decision? Sometimes. Can't assume bad earnings info. I just don't assume that it's going to be stellar, right? Like, I don't think we're going to come out with like $3 per share and like massive gains in sales. I think it's going to be better because it's Q4, but also the company is still in a growth cycle and turning around. Did the VW dip before the rip also come at high volume? Relatively, yeah. Are you nervous or excited considering what we know might be coming up? I'm pretty excited. I think our analysis of what happened in January is spot on. And I think BBBY is set up to repeat exactly that price action. So I'm very excited for the pressure that could apply to the rest of the basket, GameStop included. Yes, RC has plenty of money. I mean, he's not going to spend it all buying GameStop, but he has plenty of money. If he was going to buy GameStop, he would have bought GameStop and not BBBY. He's already the owner of GameStop. There's no reason for him to buy more unless they release more shares and he needs to average up his position to maintain control. Previously, you said most institutions were full bull or net long. Now you say you can't think of any institutions that own GME. I don't know of any institutions that own GME outside of ETFs, I said, that are just straight up long. I mean, you have like a lot of pension funds and shit like that and mutual funds, but none of them own very much, like 30,000 to 50,000 shares. Some of them are a little bit higher, some are lower. But the big institutions like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street that own GameStop own it in ETFs. So they're not selling or and not really buying more right now, probably. Could short hedge funds know something coming from earnings that would be too bullish for them to sustain any bearish thesis? Literally last ditch effort to cause a sell off? Possibly. It's one of the, I mean, that I feel like that's one of the highest volume shorts we've seen since last December. I get any GME calls on the dip? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I might not fill on all of them, but I'm trying. GameStop can buy 1.4 million shares at 80 with their 113 million in buybacks remaining. Any spoofing? No, there's no spoofing. We don't have the volume for it. I don't know why people think there's spoofing going on. Fucking idiot on Super Stonk, probably. Anyway. XRT has not announced their XDiv yet. No, they have. It's March 21st, I believe. I updated it in the DD. I put the wrong one initially because I was tired. But I'll tell you what it is. Somewhere. X dividend for it's so X dividend's 221. Record date is 220 or 321. Record date is 322. Pay date is 324. So next week. What's up, Gaff? What happened with LME last week? Is there anything you can say to convince us they won't do the same with GME hits even 5 digits? Just to turn the whole game off and reverse trades. I mean, nickel was a commodity, right? So it's not the same. There's not infinite availability, right? So it is completely different in that regard as far as like reversing the trades goes. That has to do with, you know, people buying something that didn't exist. Will they shut GameStop down if it squeezes too hard? Maybe. Can they? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, he didn't move earnings to his dead father's birthday. He's not the CEO. And earnings was not scheduled for a different date and then moved. Earnings was simply announced on the 17th. It's never been moved. Do you mind reading my comment? I'm really curious as to what's been going on the last 2 weeks. I didn't see it. I don't see it. I have to ask again. Is this the price you think loaners would recall their shares at? No. GameStop will use its money for buybacks when the shorts try to fade the peak and will cause MOASS. I have no evidence, but it'll happen. You expect BBY will gap fill at 16 over this weekend? It's possible. Just had to tell my son he's not going to Disneyland this year because Jimmy's at a discount. Maybe next year, bud. Dad needs a boat. I mean, I'm waiting. I think they're going to push it down even harder. Does XRT dividend have an effect on GME FTDs? No. It has an effect on GME, but not GME FTDs. Wait a minute. Ryan Cohen is the chairman of the board of GameStop and not the CEO? Yeah. Wait, did you not know that? Like, you being fucking serious? Of course I'm streaming earnings. Who's GameStop's CEO? Matt Furlong, the Amazon guy. Who is fading the peak exactly? People who want to short the stock. Most likely people with short volatility positions. Glory be to ViewOp on this Monday. Wouldn't be here without you. Thanks, Mr. Dan. Appreciate it, man. Lack of fecundity in here is astounding. All kinds of new ideas. What the fuck are you talking about? Good to know, NW. BBY squeeze price prediction. If it squeezes, I think it could go to like, maybe it could hit like 100, 120. It's got a more liquid float than GameStop. Do you see us going lower than 80 this week? Maybe. It's possible. We're very close, right? I mean, we're only $6 away. BBY leaps 60 2023 600k, ADC 380k. Cool. You see that Fintel is down? No, because I don't check it very regularly. I don't know what a GameStop is or what a stock is. I'm just here because I was promised tendies. Current bid-ask spread on GME calls is wild. What's the lowest it could be pushed down before a MOASS? $1? I recommend entering weeklies now. I never recommend entering weeklies. Also, it doesn't look like we're recovering, right? It just looks like we failed the upper test. We could definitely continue down. How low do you think they could go? I don't know. I'll find out. Seller boxing confirmed. I think if we hit under $50, the float will definitely get purchased by retail. Maybe. Yeah. Do you think this is a sell-off across the sector indicating something is up? No, I don't. Interestingly, I think other stocks in the sector are doing quite well. BBY is only down 99 cents today. 5%. GME down 7.66%. Let me look at like some of the other ones. Macy's is up. DDS is up, right? Oh, it was. Although it's had no volume. Express is down, but not significantly. So I've tried my best to garner Carl's love, but nothing seems to be working. After a long and deep brooding session, I determined I must send an army of trolls after him on Reddit, swarming the new sub, forcing him to work overtime until he acknowledges my love for him. Okay. That sounds romantic. I think there's any truth to TradeSpot's estimate of going back down to 40. Yeah, 40 is possible. That's our next support below 87. It's unlikely because a lot of people are probably very interested in buying at these prices. Especially, you know, if we start dropping below 80, it becomes, I think GameStop becomes a target for institutions at that point. And so no, but we don't really have any historical support. So from a technical standpoint, a drop below, you know, that 87 resistance that we found could mean a move to 40. It's just unlikely. It's more likely that we would find new support on the way down. What week has a good OI on BBBY puts? I'm looking to sell puts until I sell my way into shares. Why do you care about OI if you're selling puts? Is this crime? No, but cat's moving back up again. This is fantastic. So you said you're surprised, but you're waiting for GME to dip more. I think it can, yeah. Like its current trend looks like it can go down more. This reversal doesn't look very strong. Crude going down. Yeah, I'm seeing that. 69 is the obvious next support down. I mean, it definitely probably is. Yeah, I can see a lot of people buying at 69. I think they start looking at it at 80. Gaff. I said if we went to 40, institutions are going to be buying at some point. New support at 69. What's your biggest gain and loss on a single trade? Wait, both on the same trade? There's a bear trap laid at $69. Every degenerate has limit buy orders placed there. That's not a lot of buying, believe it or not. I'd drop my last check if we hit $69. And I'll definitely buy some more if we dip significantly lower than this. But will institutions DRS their shares? Literally never. Definite uptake in options during that drop. Check shift search. Has it been enough time? Yeah. Let's see. Jan 2110s. $1 million worth. That's a pretty big position. March 18 100s. Those are about the same. So it looks like somebody just picked up about $1 million worth of Jan 2023 110s. You think GME movement, as annoying as that name is why there's a lack of institutional support? Or is it guidance? We haven't seen huge institutions buying at this huge discount. I mean, you think it's a huge discount, but with a lack of guidance and not the best earnings, institutions do not consider this price a discount. So 110 Jan 2023. I just got some 105s for mid-April. Let's go. I just got 3 contracts for 90. 414 $90 call for 980. Plan on exercising if in the money. Not much time, but this movement was curious. It's definitely pretty interesting. I wonder where they got the shares from. Discord go. Sell pressure, increase IV. I don't know. IV's already bumped up because of earnings right now. At least on weeklies. Yeah, it looks like IV's a little higher than it was at market open today. Expensive. What's the disadvantage to selling a 2024 CSP? Collect massive premium. Essentially cuts the buy price by 40% if assigned. It doesn't hit and you just lock up your money for a really long time. Why do I feel so bullish? I don't know. We're stabilizing a little bit. See if we push back up again. Do you remember me why Jan 6th was an important day for XRT? January 7th was the day it went on, the day the thresholding process began on XRT. Tesla head and shoulders? Yeah. I'd watch this resistance. If it continues to fall through here, it's probably going to fall back down to like 760. Cat right now. Do you think that they were shorted or is this legitimate long selling out? I don't know. Thanks, Farmer Jed, for pushing that YouTube like button. Has anyone plotted the number of DRS shares versus daily price action? I would love to see a graph. I haven't. What's type of price action expected during a margin call period? If a margin call occurred, which is an extreme hypothetical, right? Like we can't count on a margin call having happened. A lot of the things that would indicate it line up right now, but it's not something I would bank on. If a margin call happened, then yeah, you could see a dip before the rip scenario. But you know, everything looks like a dip before the rip until the rip happens. Otherwise, it's just a dip before more dip. 1.2K people that haven't hit that button, do it. Or even that many people in here. How are your commodities plays going? Okay, wheat's doing all right. Oil not so hot today. VIX is bumping a little bit. Well, I guess that's not really a commodity play. Wheat's doing all right this morning. That kind of bounced back up a little bit. Only buy dips before other dips before even more dips. I'm waiting because this doesn't look like this rebound doesn't look strong off of this test at like 83. Like we bounced up, but we didn't even break back up to VWAP right before we failed. So I think we may see another round of selling, maybe a few more throughout the rest of today. I removed my limit buy at 84.30 so we can dip harder. Why am I getting random ads during your stream? It's never happened before. I have no fucking clue. Telling people to hit the like actually works. No wonder why every YouTuber says it. But it's gross. I watched Margin Call on Netflix last night. I'm now an expert in margin call analysis. This is what a margin call looks like. I mean, somebody might get wind of it. And yeah, it could start but I mean, usually they're kept pretty well under wraps. So it becomes expensive to hold it down here, and they couldn't do this forever. Is this still the case? I mean, XRT rebalances at the end of this week, so whatever they got left, they better get it out of their system soon. This kind of sucks. It's not the most fun thing ever. Okay, I'm selling CSPs at 50 for this Friday, and if they fail, fuck it. No, higher? That's not a very good deal. 75? Yeah, I'll buy more at... Oh, fuck it, I'll just buy at 80. 80? Oh. Getting ads every 5 minutes? They killed YouTube Vanced. I don't know what that is. Well, if you guys are getting ads every 5 minutes, they better fucking be paying me for them. That's all I have to say. SPY going down. Vanguard may be repositioning today. Tomorrow's when they release their numbers. I'll let you know. Okay. Ooh, shit. Hmm. Support? Stop limits in place. If you guys are holding cat still, make sure that you have some protection to the downside. I want to get a sweet ass entry on steel right now. BBBY dipping. Everything's fucking coming down. Interesting. Apple at 150. Using Henkin Ashi candles? Yeah. I think it's good for most people in here, whether they agree or not, including myself. When you focus on GME unrelated stocks, we get so much off of it. So much of it, another perspective is good. Ads are mad crazy today. I don't know why. I can turn them off. Okay, that should turn off any video ads. I'm not getting a single ad. No ads for me today. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Yes, thank you guys for pushing ad blocks super hard. It's very much appreciated. Ticks. You can't like turn them up. You either turn them on or off. And I suspect when I turn them off, it's still not gonna like get rid of them because I think YouTube just plays them regardless. think you changed something with the ads. There's nothing to change. There's just a thing that you can have them on during the stream or off. And when they're off, they still play them. I just don't get paid for them. This should more than cover the cost of the lost revenue due to ad blocker. Pretty much. Yeah, you're not wrong, Grizz. For those on desktop, there. I don't know, retracted. New shill tactic. They buy tons of ads on PiFi. I don't know. I turned them off, so nobody should be getting any more. $212th consecutive quarterly dividend since becoming a public company in 1969. Cool. Omicron in China news might be bad for markets. I guess. Weekly RSI at the lowest since April 2020. Very oversold. Julie says 69K on Reddit detailing your earnings. Where are the Dans? Do they have the day off or something? They're here somewhere. There were some Dans earlier. Trash Dan's in the chat. XRT is reportedly 1,041% short. Does this mean they need to close all these shorts by Friday? Or else they need to pay for the dividends? Next Monday is the ex-dividend date. How are they dropping the price with us DRSing? That doesn't do anything. Why would that prevent them from dropping the price? Are you buying any XRT calls? Not right now. What's up, Jean-Claude Van Damme? He has a lower cost basis than I do. Nice. Is XRT the soonest ETF date? Aren't there about a dozen more? There are, but I don't feel like figuring out which ones. But yeah, it's a bunch of them. I should probably check IJH. IJH is March 24th. Ex-dividend date. IJR? IJR is also March 24th. IWM, March 24th. It's another important one. Would it be well timed to sell your CSPs at the bottom of a steep dip like this so that you can sell a bunch of IV with your theta? Yeah, if you can nail the bottom. XRT and IJH the most heavily weighted ones. IJH is really heavily weighted for BBBY. XRT is the most abused one. Selling Jimmy March 18th 125C is safe. Not necessarily. I mean, it's significantly above our current gamma maximum, but earnings is on a Thursday. It's risky. Any other theories how they dodge exposure besides being margin called? Yeah, pack it back into the ETFs and kick it out T plus 9 plus 35 days. The only issue with that though is they need to clear that exposure out of the ETFs for the rebalancing. So it doesn't really kick it out 35 days. It would just kick it out to the rebalance period, which is next week. Slingshot grows tighter. P.S. Ban Darth Dan and Paper Hand win. Do you consider this aggressive shorting as bullish? Seems desperate, especially on earnings week. It's interesting, but I mean, the market came down pretty fucking hard too. We led that drop, which is odd. Usually we trail price action in the market, but I mean, everything dipped pretty hard. Hmm. Spy's still up for the day. If no volume, positive price action by the end of the week. I don't expect any volume or positive price action this week at all. If their goal is to dip us into earnings, I expect the price to continue to decline into Thursday and then probably additionally decline on Friday as well. Am I scared? No. I don't like being $2 below my cost basis, but I'm not scared. Randall Daytona, I put thy hands upon your hip. When thy dip, I dip, we dip. Thank you, Randall. A lot of people are like $100 their cost basis, so average down. Do you get assigned 100 shares when selling CSP if your puts go in the money? Yes. I mean, if you're $100 below your cost basis and you're not buying more shares, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. Can't dumping everything into weeklies? That's the answer. How mentally and emotionally draining is it to read this chat 40 hours a week? I love it. I have fun here. This is way more fun than fucking trading by myself. The only difference, the only thing I wish I could change is the length of time. Like sitting through the midday like doldrums just shitty. But unfortunately, that tends to be when the most action happens on GameStop. Pull with percent under or above cost basis. Okay. It's gonna be wildly. Here, I have a better pull. Yeah, I'm sure multi-millionaire Matt Furlong cares about his shares, cares that his shares are down. I mean, he can't sell them for years anyway. It's irrelevant. I bought one share and it knocked $3 off my cost basis. Let's do something fun here. Orders. Has anybody noticed that all of the poll answers are correct if you pick 200? There we go. Guys, I now have 2 shares. Win uni recipes. I thought we went over that. Two shares. I have 2. I now have 2 shares of GameStop. During what? Someone's cost base is going to 10 grand. Will you be buying a refractometer for your coffee machine post MOASS? No. I bought the dip. Well, I probably could have bought better, but 85 was good. If you DRS 2 shares, will you have 2 million shares? How could I not buy the dip on Pi Day? Are you DRSing your BBBY shares? No. Is there anything retail can do to affect price at this point? I mean, I just bought 80 shares and the price dropped 50 cents. If it goes to 75, I'm going to buy quite a few more. currently. What's that dip taste like? Delicious. Stonks. No, that was an average down. A little bit. I mean, it doesn't. It probably doesn't drop my cost basis by much, but do you think we'll see 75? We could. Bollinger's hinting bounce. What time frame are you looking at? Maybe. Mm. Not out. It crashing? Oh, fantastic. It's not good. Our Lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy attendees come, thy DD done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness, as we forgive those who bet against us. Lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market, and the profits, and the money, forever and ever, Riku. I should have. I've seen how much money fucking trades makes. I should have started the stream and just been all about AMC and used all my fucking YouTube earnings for buying GameStop. It would have been the best play. I fucked up. I could have been hype on Matterport and AMC, Silver, and Rocket Mortgage. Instead, I just sat here for a year watching GameStop. Oh well. Those fucking cocksuckers are making like $200,000 a month. You live and learn. I know. Yeah, I could have sold AMC, like all the AMC investors, my covered calls. What is cost basis? Laurel Ipsum. Dan's make 200K per month. Q draw a trash Dan pickle. I feel like he's earned it. Well, no one wants to buy AMC anymore. You missed the boat, trash. Casus Belli? Is BBBY worth buying or only GME? It's definitely worth buying. It's the, are you kidding me? I don't know. It's up to you. I like it. I heard Trey has a better coffee grinder than you. I'm returning my coffee grinder. I am fucking dissatisfied with it. I feel you, Lord. I don't have feces readily available to post on the stream. One second. All right. What are we looking at? Jesus, a lot of people are up around 150 to 200. Although the approaching 100's much higher than it was a while ago. Grinder? Same like grinder. No, different velvet. We had about an hour since that tanking at 11. What's your best bet? Shorting? We almost never lead the market in any direction. That seems weird. Yeah, I would say it's most likely shorting. We'll see if we turn around here. We've got sort of a double bottom, so. I even lied on mine. Why would you lie? What's the point? It's an anonymous poll. Yeah, I heard Fintel was down all day, but I don't really use Fintel very often, so. Every time you do a poll, Russian bots know your location. Okay. Doesn't 150 and above make you a silverback? What the fuck is a silverback? I would say below 50 would make you a silverback. Also, don't forget there was a time when anything under 170 was a good time to purchase the stock. Oh, I haven't. I'm well aware. As a person that tries to sell their silver at a higher price than they paid for it. Now I kind of want to sell CCs for this Friday. But I don't like the upper price range. And options. Options above 110 are kind of cheap. No, it's just greedy, right? It's pure greed. Gonna do that. It's fucking stupid. Cat still running? Cat bounced. That's pretty good. Oh, well, not bounced, but stabilized. Spy. Trying. Entry. All right, so everything's turning around a little bit. I mean, it's still trading above that next resistance to the downside. Hey, Pickle, do you own any gold or silver? I had some GLD, but I got rid of it. I'm betting Jamie goes back to where it started and we trade flat today. That'd be fucking awesome. Firefly, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream and I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Are you still selling calls into earnings? Yeah, I don't think so. Zim killing it today. Interesting. Oh, nice. It's doing well. I wonder if there's a large short position that's built up over the last few days. Hmm. Interesting. Are you looking to get into Google before the split? I'm still selling CSPs on it. I haven't been assigned. I'm just selling them kind of out of the money and building up money to buy more. I already have a few shares of Google, but I'd like to get more of them before the split. Same for Amazon. Link to full billionaires on Discord. Oil drop plus 500 plus net new lows equals ouchie down time for the SPY. That's looking rough. Initial drop to 83 was in about 500k volume, right? Could have been shorting as opposed to straight up selling based on the borrowed amounts we know of. No. There was only at market open, at least what we could see, there was only 200 and it was like 290,000, I want to say. 260,000 shares available to borrow. See if there's any updates on that. Yeah, and IBKR still at 30,000 with Fidelity only going down about 100,000 shares. So either ETFs like creation or possibly I would say possibly selling, but ETF creation. It could be Vanguard repositioning today. Turd was saying. I'll let everyone know later what his update on that is. I feel like the reason for us going down is because Sanjeet no longer pops in. I think he does. He's just a different person. saw a George Gammon video. Who? What would you do for a Klondike bar? Nothing. I don't like those. Last week you mentioned something about CCJ having potential for a squeeze. Is that due to uranium demand going up from the invasion? Also, issues with uranium mining and supply. The potential for it to squeeze up was it's like several years out, like sorry, less shit going on here right now. 3 to 5 years. With the invasion of Ukraine, that accelerated a bit. But it's still like a long-term thing. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. We might see a spike in the price of uranium short term, but I think it's still going to be quite some time. Is cat a chase right now, or better to wait for it to go around 210? I would wait for it to stabilize around a resistance. It did bounce on 215 here, which is fairly bullish. Given that the resistance to the downside is really down here at like 210. Like the real resistance. This is kind of just a small support level. It doesn't have a lot of historical support. So I would say that your best bet would maybe wait for a test of a stronger support, like either a move down to 210 or a move above 217.50 and then holding it. If it holds above 217.50 or bounces off of it, that's very good. Jimmy, close price versus number of DRS shares in your DMs. Not mathematical, just for a meme. That's fucked up. So whoever wanted that DRS versus close price for GameStop, that's kind of what that looks like. That's After the big round, where potentially the economy was near to collapse, no settlement obligation rules and other stocks laws are applied to MM that have to prevent another run like early 2021. What? I don't know what you mean, Aylin. Are they just never going to cover their obligations? Not this week. There's like nothing fucking due this week. You guys know that, right? I thought I outlined that pretty clearly. There's earnings this week. The YouTube channel, he's a macro guy. I don't know. Finance YouTubers are generally full of shit. Gold to 100,000 sounds kind of absurd. That's on Bumble, not like a relationship, but the stock. I don't know. You might need it for both, depending on how much GameStop you bought today, turd. Looks like it's falling off a cliff. I don't love the entry at 20. You think it's turning around? Like, this doesn't look good. If this starts to break back up at like the $20 resistance, which historically doesn't really exist, but I assume that there's options at 20, yeah. I guess if it starts to break back up at 20, like from this point, that could be bullish. It looks like it's still recovering from its run to 2025 earlier. Last week. That last Thursday it ran up into Friday. Yeah, so a little bit of consolidation. Maybe tomorrow there might be some gamma exposure there. You have any leaps on Jamie? Not right now, but I'm thinking about buying some. It's very cheap. TRS is working. I bet one would be better. Yeah, I'd imagine. If the shorts were a Final Fantasy boss, are we even on their final form? What part would you say we're at? Oh, what was it? Like the Ruby. I'd say we're in the end game. Either the market's gonna crash or we're gonna rip. And fucking Cohen's buy-in to BBBY is huge. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm not excited for this week. This week is shit, but I'm excited for next week. That being said, I'm ready for you to transition into an Elden Ring channel. BBY leap, $30 leap, 485. Feeling confident on it. Would you buy it for? Oh, okay. I'm willing to bet that they cover XRT this week. I mean, it's not just XRT; it's the whole S&P ETF fucking basket. Any thoughts on ENE? Camber Energy? ENE? I don't see that. You sure that's the right ticker? Have you commented on how LME squeezed once it became a threat to the whole market? They shut it down. For the 900th time, the nickel commodity. Oh, I feel like I'm spelling this wrong. That doesn't look right. Do I not know how to spell nickel? L-E? E-L? This is fucking throwing me off. Okay. You guys ever spell something and it just doesn't look right? It's not an equity. So this isn't a stock. It's a physical product. It has delivery requirements. There are suppliers. If you continue buying a commodity when it no longer exists, then and there's none, then they reverse the trade, right? Because there's no more fucking, you can't buy hypothetical pretend nickel. It's not like an equity where they can just make more liquidity, right? And they were at risk of blowing up the suppliers, and yeah, could create global economic catastrophe. So they shut it the fuck down. But it's not the same situation. Do they have the power to do that on GameStop? Yes, which I've been telling people for over a year now. No, not over a year, almost a year. 11 months. Will they? Probably not. Definitely not at any prices anywhere near here. Did you end up reaching out to the GM investors email to get CS operation costs for GameStop? Not yet. Investor relations. I mean, it was the weekend. I figured I'd reach out today. For leaps, what would you be looking at? 2023 versus 2024, at the money versus near out of the money versus far out of the money. Appreciate all the insights from the streams. So if I roll out my June and we're still trading sub 100, my current June position between 95 and 140. If I roll this out into leaps, I'm going to be rolling into like whatever at the money price is at the time, up to 130. Why is GME down? There's a lot of short volume, let's say, today. SPY 420 means market crash. No, but it means that we are very deep into a correction. And it's looking bad. SPY below 400 might kick off some panic. And we're not really dumping below 420, right? We're kind of just stabilizing on this. We've tested this 3 times already. Technically bullish triple bottom, right? Don't anticipate a run into earnings and then a short right back down. Good Intel entry. Ooh, not terrible. You're not wrong, but if the market slips, it could potentially slide a little further. I want to say you're doing a better job at investor relations for GameStop than the actual team of investor relations at GameStop. Did you get a chance to use the grinder yet? What do you think? I might get one. I actually don't like it. It's kind of clumpy and it retains too much coffee. I'm probably gonna see if I can return it and get a different one. I'm pretty dissatisfied with it, honestly. Especially for the amount of money it cost. Serious question, would you sell GME if Ryan Cohen or Matt Furlong died? If Ryan Cohen died, if Matt Furlong died, I really don't give a shit. Maybe Cohen would become the CEO then, and the price could fucking go up. Good Intel entry. Looks nice on weekly. Yeah, it's a pretty good price. Does a market crash help slow down inflation? A bit. What am I most excited for? There's like 40 different ETFs with dividend dates next week, and the S&P rebalance is Friday. So here's what I'm excited for next week. GME quarterly options, which they're already shorting the fuck out of, so probably not those too much. But earnings could drive some of them in the money. ETF rebalancing. BBBY FTDs. And last but not least, ETF dividends just littered throughout. Now, ETF X dividend dates. Moving forward from that, I'm fucking stoked for an R2K return. And that'd be like, well, the announcement would be in April. No, May, right? May. I think it's in May. How would a serious correction or crash of the market affect the chance of MOASS happening? I mean, it depends on how it affects GameStop. What's the difference between multiple tests and a triple bottom top? The breakout? No. If you're moving into multiple tests and you have lower highs like that, it's generally bearish, right? Because buy pressure is weakening and sell pressure is remaining constant. If you have like similar highs then a breakout is more likely. Or higher highs. Higher highs is even more bullish. So think of it as like like how do I explain this? So like if the highs are even, say like the chance of a breakout is slightly higher than 50%. If it's ascending, like that, then the chance of a breakout is like above 70%. If it's descending, then the chance of a breakout is lower. But like 30%. I don't have my spreadsheet right now. I have to find that actually. I have back testing probabilities for a lot of those, but I need to dig them up. Barclays suspends sales on 2 ETNs for oil and volatility. Barclays biggest owner of XRT. Interesting. Huh. They also wrote the paper on how to profit off of meme stock volatility. Yeah, shorted like crazy. Market came down pretty hard too. Clip. Oh, the things I'm looking forward to, clip. Do high-end grinders have issues with static cling, or only cheap grinders? High-end ones do too. They have different ways of like trying to remediate it, but from what I've found, even some of the most expensive ones have issues with static. What's an R2K return? Russell 2000 index. We're looking at bullish or bearish breakout given the current price action. I think we've just found a floor over the last hour. It's a new low too, which isn't super great, but at least it's stabilized. Let me update Reddit real quick too. What's up, DV? When would BBBY FTDs print? If they follow the same pattern that Cohen's buy-in created in GameStop last year, it'd be T+2 from the futures expiration, which is March 18th. Which would be March 22nd at the earliest, I believe, for possible reg show inclusion. We'll know a little more about this tomorrow when we get the end of March or end of February FTD report. But if it follows the same pattern as his buy-in in GameStop last year, and what's really interesting is the period where he announced it is very similar, right? Announcing right before futures expiration in December of last year, and now right before March expiration this year for BBBY. Apparently niche zero. I don't like them. I don't like conical grinders. No, I haven't. Multi-blues. Gafgarian's insight? He's just gonna say we're going to 40 and we all should have sold at 350. Have you tried to spritz your beans before grinding? Yeah, you can do that, but depending on your burrs, it can make your burrs rust. You see bullish divergence on the 4-hour, on the RSI, or is that complete nonsense and TA wrong? I don't know why you'd be looking at the 4-hour RSI for bullish divergence, but no. It looks like it could bounce soon. I think this is more indicative. Our fucking RSI is the lowest it's been since January of 2020 right now. Here on 128 and today. These are like we've been above, what is this, 33.89 for almost the entirety of the year. Is that seriously 2020? Yeah. If someone wanted to have exposure for GME BBY for these potentially exciting next weeks, what strikes dates would you recommend they look at? April at the money? If you're just trying to play the next few weeks, yeah, but I'd look further out than that to be safe if you can. I have June's for the next couple weeks, and then if nothing comes of that, I'm gonna roll those out to January. Is it safe to say that if next week we don't recover, we just need a catalyst, like a big announcement drop, or we're going straight down? Hopefully Q4 earnings give us a little boost. We'll see. I'm not 100% sold on earnings, but I think they'll be okay. No, I'm not Uncle Bruce's nephew. R2K rebalance taking effect 6/24, May 6th calculation date. Doesn't look at July. Doesn't looking at July contracts make the most sense? I mean, if you're trying to play the Russell 2000 rebalance, okay. But I think the rebalance occurs in June, not in May. So like it's after the calculation date. I think it's like a month later. What dates and strikes are you looking at for BBBY? August and January. Any strike above the current, any strike pretty much available on the chain, I think has some potential right now, at least. Have they made changes to their current business I'm not aware of? It depends if they release guidance or not, Moon. Although I don't think RC's interested in doing that. Balance is 6/24. I know. Oh, the rebalance is on 6/24? Yeah, so June. So you need. I mean, if you buy July's now, they're going to be fucking destroyed by then. Worthless. So if you're playing that, just play that, right? Like buy a couple weeks before it happens. I don't know why you'd buy now for something happen. I mean, the price, I guess. Is that like you're just trying to get in for like a lower delta? Because believe me, we can go down further. I know we're nowhere near those prices at the moment, but hypothetically, if they were to step in when GME poses systemic risk, what prices do you think they'd actually do it at? And it poses quite a bit of risk at 1K. At 10K, it poses a lot of risk. Barclays suspended trading on VXX. Oh, great. The market's going to crash. What would be the main takeaway from today's drop, if any? We've traded 2 million volume. We're down 9%. I don't really know how much there is to take away from this. I don't think we triggered SSR yet. Were you being sarcastic about the crash with the Barclays suspending VXX comment? Partially. Yeah, SPY hitting 417 now. This isn't good. Why didn't RC warn us about these ouchie down downs with the poop emoji tweet? I don't know. I just feel like Januaries are better at that point. SSR at 8342. We're close. 10K a share during MOASS is enough risk for them to shut it down. That's unsettling. I always thought the risk number was 100K or more. I mean, at 100K, GameStop's like share, like free float market cap is $6.3 trillion. Double the value of Apple. Not even Apple anymore. What's Apple worth right now? Almost triple the value of Apple. There's SSR. That's chump change. Don't forget that at that point, every ETF that contains GameStop has also failed. What's SSR? It's short sale restriction. It's meaningless. GameStop already worth more than Russia. Why is everyone excited about SSR? I don't know. It's a goal. It's been achieved. You gonna play XRT next week? Maybe. I already have calls for XRT, but I might buy more. If 10K is systemic risk, is it wise to hold for higher? Your exit DD would say hold, but we have to account for them shutting it down. I mean, you don't need to account for them shutting it down, right? Because you can't, because you have no idea when they would do it. They could do it at 8,700. They could do it at 25,000. They could do it at 150,000. So you can't use that as a factor for your exit. I've had stocks that I was trading halt in the middle of a run up for like fraud and all kinds of shit for like a day or two, and then go back live and just keep running. So it's I mean, just because the SEC can freeze it for 30 days doesn't mean that when it unhalts, I mean, you probably want to be out of options if we're trading at, you know, $1,000 to $10,000, right? Like, you wouldn't want to carry options that high because those are at risk if, you know, it's frozen or shut down. You have a PT for XRT that you're looking at? I have $80 and $85 calls. No, I forgot to look into chameleons. How many more GME shares is Cohen allowed to buy? It's like 5 million, I think. He's allowed to up his stake to 20%. No problem, HA. Would you buy a March 25 call? Probably never. I wonder if we're going to see a spring. What do you think, Stefan? Stock halted. Options are also halted. Yeah. You can exercise them while the stock's halted. Or if it gets frozen, you can exercise them. Will the price ever go back up? Probably, yeah. Was our last run up to 130 the most recent cycle, you think? It's possible. That is a possibility. Although if that was the case, then why are the ETFs still reg showed? That's the problem, is like those obligations haven't been cleared. Maybe they cleared their OPEX obligations, but didn't clear out the rest of the ETF obligations in order to split the obligations into 2 windows instead of 1. Interesting. Wonder if that's what they did in November. Can you explain a little bit about why XRT was placed on the ETF? What? XRT is an ETF. Everything's having a case of the Mondays today. I meant to say reg show list. XRT was placed on the reg show list December 17th, 2020. What are the implications for that? I mean, going into rebalancing, the obligations due to it that caused it to be placed on the reg show threshold list will have to be cleared out. Do you think we could recover a little bit tomorrow? Possibly. At what price do we have to go back to the drawing board because we're wrong? Sub 40? I mean, we already know that they can short the shit out of the stock. There's this isn't very easy to drive the price this low. Is this retail selling? That's a good question. I'm not. Some people might be. Let's see if computer share goes down again. If we were to put another $1,000 into my Fidelity account tomorrow and you were me, I can't help you with that, man. Sorry. You gotta ask that question a different way. I think this dip is directly related to Tom Brady unretiring. You think he's shorting GameStop? As if people would be selling at this point. If you forget that people, not many people have a cost basis like yours. Well, they can now. Is this because of SLD? SLD deposits start Wednesday, I believe. switch over from IWM to XRT OPEC states also has some relation to early November price action too, didn't it? The whole F-man transition to MJSD thing. Yeah, I was talking about that before, but I'm still not sure. If we do run, you know, next week, then that's a pretty good indication, right? They mostly do, yeah. Many of us are out of ammo and sadly can't buy any more GME or BBBY. That sucks, but I mean, hopefully someone can, right? These prices are good. Retail having a lower cost basis is better for everybody, right? I'm sure those that can are, and those that can't, I mean, I don't know what to say, right? I like you, but this is a bloodbath. I'm going for a walk for sure, man. Why is that? Why is there always an anticipated NFT marketplace announcement? Contractually obligated within like 10 months? I thought it was like 2 years. Do you have more thoughts on this correction having to do with QE? Its consistency over the last few months seems curious. It could be. I mean, the market's coming down today too, right? Like we're in the middle of a bear market. Price drops are to be expected. Everyone just gets too fucking emotional. If you didn't sell it at 350, why the fuck would you sell at 83? Come for the stocks, stay for the laughs and cavalier attitude in the face of impending market crash and large scale war. What are your thoughts on the possibility that RC would do a GME buyback? No, stop trying to pump hopium into your sad day. Greg, it's finally happened. I don't feel anything anymore. There you go. Good job, Nano. This has been the largest transfer of my wealth in history. Thoughts on June 200s? Super far out of the fucking money. Good luck. GME SSR'd, not that it matters. Yeah, I know it is. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Numbers can be fun. I hope you get better, man. Which CC, which is the only thing I can do now, should I sell? This week? I wouldn't sell any. the ones that are like far enough out of the money to be safe are worthless. So I would probably wait. I like to look at the 5 or 10-year chart with a quarterly frequency and just look at this as like a giant bull flag. um, I might look to pick up options like Friday after earnings. IV is ridiculous right now. I'll bet you $83.90 that I'll buy a share right now. Deal? No. Just I'm ready to buy your hat, sir. Thanks, Bubba Gump Shrimp. It's tough to take, but it's also exciting to think we're learning on expert mode and seeing every possible outcome. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. Thank you so much, Kendro. I appreciate that, dude. Good entry price for BBY. You buying some Best Buy? Yeah, it's not terrible. Kind of betting on the competition there, though. Jesus Christ, boys! I've been here all day. What have you done? I mean, everything's red, man. It's except for Nordstrom's. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Unfucking believable. I forgot to start my food. I gotta wait another 25 minutes. I thought we were diamond handing this. Expecting a dip before the rip. I mean, I always expect dips. It's not like anyone's selling. Everyone's just upset. MT. Meant BBBY? Yeah, it's not a bad price. Sub 18's better, but they can just halt. That's it. Why is everyone so fucking afraid of government intervention now? It's not like this hasn't been on the table. I mean, the options chain is stacked at monthly, quarterly, and leaps, right? Weeklies are generally fairly dead until they approach. What are you asking me, Moon? Check DE. It's like cap at different tractors. Here. It's having a nice bounce too. But the upside for this isn't as good as cap. It was actually the initial disparity between their pricing that got me first interested in cat. Turd fart. Got some pretty nice entries today. Hopefully we see a bounce soon. I'm looking forward to one. Nokia was the play all along. No, it fucking wasn't. Was it falling through its support? Jesus. Yeah. 700. Maybe 730, Victor? If you guys want to feel better, people on Tesla are down $35 a share today. Buy back BBBY CSPs for Jamie shares. So you're going to take a loss to average down? Think of how much money Elon Musk's lost today. If you want to feel bad, I sold Myrna 3x long with 90% loss, then put the rest into Tesla 3x long and down 70%. So I thought you were just day trading them. Why do you ask me so often about their status? Check DMs. Oh my god, a 7-layer dip. Fuck you, Zakir. Worth it? No. No, this is just the market tanking. Is GameStop getting hit a little harder? Maybe. A fucking SPY's trading at 416 right now. Please show 7-layer dip DD. I will not. Can you quit being a tease about it and crunch that nut mix into the mic already? You haven't ASMR chewed for us in ages. The people want the crunches. I can't. I can't chew any louder than I was. How is this to chew louder than that? Gurk, I love you. I'm totally immune to this dip. Bought more. Thank you for being such a strong, stiff pickle in the barrel of shit we call the market. No problem. Would it be fair to say shorts are piling in all over the market? Yeah. If the market crashes, they profit big time. Yep. And thus are incentivized to help the market crash. Yep. $2K options or buying more GMA? With the decline in the market, 2,000. I don't know what options you could, I mean, you could probably find some leaps at that price, but they're not going to be very good ones. Yeah. January 120s are about, aren't terrible. Hmm. I don't have a TikTok. Do you see a market crash coming, or is it just a correction for now? I mean, it's always a correction until it becomes a crash. Put nut mix in mouth. Step 2, put mic in mouth like ASMR e-girl going hard for donations. Step 3, crunch time. That sounds like a lot of steps. I've masticated on stream frequently. Multi-bliss. Could DRS hurt GME earnings? I don't know. I'd like to see the fee schedule. Any prediction for how far we drop? Next support is at 40. After my conversation with Computer Share, I think the DRS is the equivalent of giving your brokerage fees to GME. What? $40 is quite lower than 75, I heard Who said 75? Did someone predict 75? The next historical support is down at 40. We can find new support. Like we did briefly at 85 earlier. Hmm. Also, I cannot understand how I have successfully reached this level of Zen. You could be the next Dalai Lama. I mean, I can't. Um, Thanks though. How low do you think AMD will go? What's it at? It's kind of hard for it to break 100. We'll see. I mean, if the market crashes, everything can hit new lows. Trade spotting price target is now 995. How much do you think DFE is down right now? I don't know. I'd imagine he's still up quite a lot, right? The market's coming down really hard, Zap. Big red day. Everything's down. GameStop's taken a bit of a hit, but I mean, I wouldn't say significantly more than normal. It's being accelerated by the fact that the SPY is dropping as well. Why would he sell? See, I don't get that. His CCs are green, yeah. Jesus, what happened? Just down. Searching for a new low. It's not that I don't think he doesn't. It's not that I think he doesn't care about the shorts, but I think that turning GME around is the best way to get rid of them. Searching for a new low is going to be the name of my grunge rock LP. Nice. Let's talk about something else besides the price of the stock dropping like a rock. Um, Listen, there's two choices you can make right now. Okay. You can sell or you can hold. I'm holding. If you want to sell, it's fucking up to you. Buying's part of holding. It's the same shit. This is the most action we've had for weeks. I'm stoked. Where's the support? There isn't one. But I'll tell you right now, if we fall to 40, I'm buying a lot more. Why doesn't everyone think this is as awesome as we do? They suck? I don't know, Jay Fresh. They're sad, overinvested. This is a lot of the negativity. The negativity you're hearing is, you know, people who've invested more than they could afford to invest, chasing dreams and playing lotteries. Buying more shares or calls? If we hit 40, I'm buying shares. I'll buy leaps too, but I'd be up to 150%. Did your Friday contracts get exercised? Yeah, I bought on Friday at 90. Oh, 95. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Too many. Those all came at once. Because I'm a paper-handed bitch, I made a bunch of money off my Jan Feb calls. NFA, obviously, but if you had 35K to deploy, would you wait for a further drop or buy more GME now? Leaps 2, BBBY. I mean, I'm waiting for the bottom of whatever the fuck is going on here. Then I buy more. Down, down, and sugar we're averaging down, swinging. Thank you, Dancing Pickle. Baton down the hatches. We're prepared to dive. About to break 80. I think people are upset because there doesn't seem to be any form of obligations being met. Just double and triple and quadruple and centuple downing on the dips. Where are the obligations? They're next week, which I outlined in the DD I wrote day before yesterday, and all through the members stream yesterday, and for a large chunk of today. Everything that's due is due at the end of this week and next week. There's nothing right now. They just short the stock, keep compounding obligations until earnings. Also, the market's tanking, which makes it easier for them. Everyone bitched about, oh, I didn't get a buy at 80 or 40. Well, here it is. What are you going to do about it? I'm overinvested, but if we drop to 40, you better believe I'm overinvesting even more. What percent did VW drop before the rip? I don't remember. It was a lot. So Orion Bright, if you don't think things are due, then hold for the long term. Who gives a shit? I don't understand that. If you're not interested in the price action on the stock, you could have bought puts this morning at 90 and you'd be up a shitload of money right now. My boy Matt Furlan called me and told me you made him cry when he heard you say you don't care if he died. Ryan has been laughing at him all day for it. No problem, Borf Boo. You explained birds yet? What do you mean explain birds? What do I need to explain about birds? They're just like little dinosaurs. Where's the plunge protection team? Do you think Spy is practicing for SLD later this week? Maybe. Just having a shitty Monday. Found a little stability at 416. Is shorting possible when one is margin called? Yes. Down 24K year to date and 36K overall. Sorry to hear that. Be honest, is this MOASS? No. Remember when you said a price crash could trigger a squeeze? I remember. I also remember saying that. Do we have intraday dark pool volumes? Where's Turd? Turd. Wait, hold on. I can just do it myself. Dark pool volume at 44.5%. Odd lot 41.1, 45.1. So almost all odd lot trades, dark pooled. Sweeps 37.7, block trades 11.4. Dude, I'm subscribed and I have to search your name to find videos. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm like super shadow banned. I think it's just because like the crazy DRS people just report all my shit. Are we on SSR? It matters, right? It doesn't matter, but we're on it. They sell the longs first, then buy the shorts. That is correct. That is the order in which it goes. It goes like that. Oh wait, I shouldn't have drawn that there. That's gonna get people riled up. I'm not confident trading options, but loaded 10K in my brokerage last night. How low do you think this motherfucker will go? I mean, it's pretty fucking low right now. Yeah, we're all down running. Even I'm down. This is the first time I've been down since I started streaming. Fuck. I'm finally in with you guys. This is bullshit. One of us. I mean, I'm not really afraid of buying 100 leaps right now. I'm only down if you count the options losses. Same for me, but I count those as part of my cost basis. That green arrow got me so pumped. Put it back and bring back Guybrush for MOASS. Thank you for everything, man. Still in, not fucking leaving. Thanks, Lizard. I appreciate it, dude. You're gonna have to move to Hoboken if this keeps dipping. No, I'm alright. I don't think I've seen gherkin so consistently happy as when the stock is falling through the floor. Okay, well, I had puts at my cost basis, which are now green as fuck, right? And then I've sold CSPs at 75, which I hope print, but I may not get called on these. I'm ready to buy more trash. I've been waiting months to average down my options losses. How do I cope when the account goes green? Just ignore it like everything else. That's what I do. Closer we are to danger, the further will it be from harm. Pippin or something. Get in, loser, we're going to 40. Well, when I bought them, they were way out of the money, trash. Now they're in the money. TMC crushing it. Nice. Can't make money in the markets. That's shill talk. I know. Well, I'm stopped out of cat, so that's gonna fund some GameStop degeneracy now. Remember, if you're looking for new entries on cat, the low test is down at like 205. So if it continues to fall, its next resistance is at 205.71. That's where you'd be looking for a bounce. It could bounce before then, but there's not really a lot of support in this range. XRT shorted like 1,000%. The world's smallest bull flag. I can make it bigger. If you want to feel something. Pretty sure earnings later this evening. What do they do? Oil, natural gas acquisition. They're having a pretty shit day. They might have, I don't know. Have their earnings been decent? Like the chart doesn't look good, if that's what you want me to look at. Hold on, I'll check it out. Their last earnings missed. Their next earnings is the 16th. I'm seeing the 16th for their next earnings. Are you sure it's today? They beat on earnings all through 2021 until November. And technically, I mean, they didn't really miss hard on earnings, but I guess they expected more growth. Are you making money on buying puts for GME? I made money, yeah. I'm gonna use that money to buy more GME. That's how trading works, Smooth. Are you streaming spurt earnings call at market close? What range price is good for GME leaps? I mean, at the money through like 120 right now, I think is all fairly solid. Is betting on a big GME rally the same thing as betting on the SEC to rewrite regulations pertaining to ETF share fabrication? No, it's just, I mean, at this point on GameStop, you're just playing counterparty risk, right? Short volume today at 75.8%, new record. Fidelity buy sell is 7-1. Today is a good day. Options looking so cheap right now around 120. It feels bad to be poor and already all in. Like and subscribe. Thanks, Shugazi. Shugazi. I don't know how to pronounce that. Their market psychology weapon is keeping the diamond hand underwater until the next time they see 300 and they paper hand. Yeah. Why don't our buys count? Because they don't hit the lit exchange right away. Also, as you can see, everyone's fucking broke. I got ballsy and sold 120 cc's this morning. So far, enjoying my decision. Nice. Buying BBBY didn't help. It's theoretically at a better price point. So. Oh, whatever happened to the... Did anyone play the, like, marigold stock? What happened with this today? Just also straight down? That's getting crushed. Bounce at 3, maybe? I was gonna day trade that today and I totally forgot. Oh well. That would have been fun to short. Are you saying Gen, my 950 Gen Leaps won't print? Shill. I didn't say that. If we crash hard enough, they definitely will. High delta sensitivity today? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have it loaded up. This feels like what Jimmy did their share offering in June. No, too much stagnation in the price. This is short, flat, short, flat, short. This isn't like an institutional sell where we have a consistent VWAP downtrend. Look at the volume. CNS gonna have a field day with today. Yeah, unfortunately. Dip recipe. Butterfly on Ford 16, 15, 50, 15. What's Ford trading at? So you're doing 16, 15, 15, 50, 15? Hmm. Little risky to the downside. See what I'll land that on. Maybe. Think it's really gonna consolidate that much. I mean, you got a nice bounce at 1550, so we'll see. It's not the worst. I don't know if it'll climb back over 16 though. So you might be kind of on the lower end of the spread. I don't like butterflies very much. They're fine, but that's a really narrow one. I'm surprised you give yourself more range. How many halts on Thursday, Friday to get back to 150 end of week? I mean, we can get back to 150 in less than a day. Can we play F like poor man's cat? No, I don't think so. Also, I'm pretty sure that options on Facebook are oh, Ford, sorry. No. Ford shit. It doesn't move enough. See, what makes cat so great is that on very little volume, it moves like $10 or 20. Ford, you know, moves 50 cents. You playing SLD at all? I have SPY puts at 420 and I have VIX positions. Super far out of the money protective puts for the win. Do you think they will short and buy today only, or will it continue all week? I've got my powder and could get nearly 150 shares at the moment. We could see it continue to drop. SLD is Wednesday, so we can see even more drops into earnings. My next target's 75. That's where I sold CSPs, and I'm more than willing to buy more shares at that price. I doubt we'll hold below 75 into the end of the week. Like, I'll probably just collect premiums on those, but if they fill, awesome. Can you provide an example of an SLD strategy? I mean, generally I wait for the run up to occur after SLD in the market, and then I somewhere in this range I'll buy like 90 DTE, in the money VIX calls or UVXY or VXX, and SPY puts out of the money. So far it's worked out. I had to roll it in October, but other than that, it's been fine. I am on Twitter. There's a Twitter. There's a link to the Twitter down below. I have a Twitter. I tweet things. We aren't waiting for them to pay the piper. Maybe in June. What's in June? So what does a hard dip before earnings mean? The market's coming down today. Sell these at 20. Where's BB? Apple or blueberry pie? If you answer wrong, I'm unsubscribing. I just won't answer. Get wrecked. Week of, I don't like pie. That's the answer. Week of 24th, 2022 repeat. Interesting. The difference in Jan 23, 24 is only $200. Sounds like an easy decision to make then, doesn't it? Yeah, I picked up like another 80 shares and I sold some CSPs down at 75 glider. Oh, I don't know. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Can't believe I'm pulling a risk asset into the great bear market. Let's fucking go, turd. I don't feel so good, Mr. Gurk. What are you afraid of, Dan? Are there any impacts of IV crush with SLD? Not really. Usually IV goes up with SLD. Although they've changed some of the settlement for SLD, so I don't know if this month is going to play out the way it usually does. Everything. I'm a smooth brain meme lord. I'm primarily here to lighten the mood. You've done a great job, Dan. You say they're not wash trading, so where are they getting the shares to short the stock? Is it all just from ETFs? I mean, they can borrow them too. Have you talked about the Nintendo guy stepping down from the GME board of directors because they won't explain their turnaround strategy? Thoughts? I haven't seen anything on this. You shouldn't own common stock if a 50% decrease in the value in a short period of time would cause you acute distress. Warren Buffett. Yep. You guys ready for the next ladder? Whoa. We're just down a little bit today, Biter. No big deal. Which do you think it is and why? Could be either one. Could be Vanguard repositioning. If they're expecting GME to move back to the Russell 2K, they need a cheap price to rebalance because they need to buy a lot more of it. If you use any of the like YouTube restricted words, hate speech, then you'll get YouTube will block your comment. Look at the meme ETF that appeared to launch a few months ago, but history goes back far, perhaps renamed. Do you think some shares may be created, shorted from there? Didn't they get liquidated? I thought the meme ETF got liquidated. How does the VXX situation affect GME, being that Citadel is short volatility? I mean, if volatility squeezes, it could be very interesting for GameStop. GameStop has a lot of variant swaps on it. Is a certain price point that GME hits that automatically designates it to move back to Russell 2000, or is it based on its price at a certain point in time? It's based on its price as of their evaluation date and its market cap. It would be bullish for price action if we moved into the Russell 2000. It would also generate a lot of liquidity again. When would it be determined if GME goes back to the Russell 2000 or not? May? I've been out of the loop for a few weeks now. Is this Stefan's doing? Why down so much? Who did you upset? No one. Out of bid is down 20% on his 401k. DK, January OPEX was on the 21st. 35 consecutive days from that, I don't think is tomorrow. "35 days later" was February 25th. CBS saying China's now flying warplanes over Taiwan. I'd be watching that TSM stock if I was in it. Wasn't somebody up earlier on that? Not anymore. They do that all the time. Oh. Been holding for more than a year now. I'm slowly losing hope. We're going to see a squeeze. I feel hopeless. Sorry. Let me ask you this, Anthony. Do you believe in GameStop as a company? Seriously. Do you think they're going to turn it around, or do you think they're blowing smoke up your ass? This still looks like shit to me. So this needs to close the week out above 250 for it to gamma squeeze next week. If it does, I might be interested in it. But right now, if you're up, take profits, right? Or exercise calls. It's up to you. Gonna go down due to all the covered calls you sold us. I don't know if he answered. I don't see it. Nice, sploosh. Is GME entropy increasing? I'd think that it should be increasing by quite a bit. Probably. What's your worst case scenario post earnings price target? I'm looking at protective puts and should have quite a while ago. Sub 60. When GME is ripping to the moon, we'll be like, why the fuck didn't I sell everything I own for more shares? Not bad, Matt. What are your thoughts on Ader? Well, first of all, we've all left our Dillionaires. That's no longer the subreddit for this channel. Um, because the guy who started it decided to try to blackmail me. But it's a piece of shit. That's what I think of Ader. Big piece of shit. If it runs, good for you. I'm not buying any of it. What's the deal with Spotify? Oop, that's not it. Ooh. Damn, that's down hard. I guess they're just going out of business. Glad I didn't carry that shit. Just got an email at GameStop announcing the cat's out of the bag. Collect Fest 22. Okay. People are saying shorts and MMs are like throwing everything they have at it to keep the price down. If they're having trouble at it, is that actually true? Are they struggling? I don't think they're struggling. I mean, some of them may be, some may not. What they are is increasing their risk in ETFs, which is bad. I'm full bull on next week. If you're looking to add more Jamie March 25, C, would you do so pre or post earnings? I wouldn't add any March 25 C's. Dominic Joseph, ever. I'm not buying any now, and I won't be buying any next week either. What's going on with GME today? I missed a good chunk of the stream. It's slightly down, 15%. No problem, CG Gonzalez. Will Jimmy go back to 40? It could. I mean, that's their next historical support, so. Tell me I'm crazy, but the biggest options move on shift search look bullish. They do. You're not wrong. I think most people would probably expect a bounce from this point. It was about, well, when I looked earlier, there was about 2 million in bullish bets. Check it out again. More coming in. 1.1. Sold 100 puts. Sold 80 puts. The 80 puts might be purchased. I don't know if those are bullish. Although OI is way up. Yeah, so I think those are bullish too. They look to be bullish bets. Most people loaded up too heavily into GME at a high cost basis in anticipation of a squeeze. So believing in GME's 5-year future doesn't help them. They're in too deep and underwater. Did the diner guy get those pics of you on Larry's yacht or what? No, he was trying to like sell me the subreddit, like extort me. So I just started another one. I think there's some support at 75. Not really. Psychological. Please let people know that as Jimmy dips, some of the Dans are offering a matching discount on rates behind the dumpster. We already have competitive pricing, so you can't afford not to come. uh Transfer agent fees cost us 35 million over the course of the quarter and reduced our earnings per share by over 0.25 cents. Who the fuck said that? Kinda huge. What are you quoting? I just saw an SS that only 2.5% of all shares are profitable right now. How the fuck is that possible? Ryan Cohen has a cost basis of like $17. Do you trust your government or too political to answer? What? I don't give a shit about my government. I definitely don't trust them. Remember when everyone wanted to pay their taxes? I'm sorry. I had to. Pull to see how low people can think it will go. Yeah, now's a great price historically. Can I go lower? Maybe. Oh, you're making fun of DRS. Stefan, if you're going to spend your days just going on about supply and demand and your issues with liquidity, I'm just going to ignore all of your questions. How are 100C 40 days out looking? Yeah. You can ask me all the questions about options that you want, but I'm not buying anything that isn't June or Jan 23. So anything shorter than that, my risk tolerance is not that high. It's not a covert message to the mods to take Stefan out. It's just like For the last 3 weeks, he just spends all day going on about how he hates liquidity provisions and how unfair everything is. And he's just spiraling. We wouldn't have moassed by now if we'd gone through astrogurks instead of billionaires. Jesus Christ, I remember that. June 100s are closer to the money. I mean, why not closer? Jimmy would have asked if AMC had DRS'd all the shares already. I don't know what kind it is. Hamskara. Imagine how much ups we would have seen if you never prematurely hit the MOASS button. I know. You mean the share offering button? I was so bullish, and then DFE tweeted. I had to hit it. Is there a descending triangle on JNW on the daily? This just looks like bullish consolidation, like a bull flag. What's the hottest pepper you've ever eaten? I had like Carolina Reaper chicken wings one time. Never again. BBBY with a little up. Are you gonna hold VIX or take profits? You think the market is going lower tomorrow? Yeah. GS selling in by cashing in, selling Russian debt to US hedge funds. I mean, if you find a buyer, right? Kirk, whatever you do, do not hit the mouse button again. You'll trigger another offering. I just want them to announce a stock split at earnings so this thing can fucking finally take off. What drives your conviction in BBBY? I think if Cohen pushes a slightly better turnaround plan, they've got some serious potential. Their book value is significantly in excess of their current market price. It's a good buy. I mean I was already in leaps for BBBY when they announced their share buyback. I've just added to that position now that Cohen's bought in. Actually, I think a bunch of people in here were. I think a bunch of people bought like $20 leaps back in like January when they sped up the share buyback. Most we could see is 3-1. I don't think we can do 4-1 unless they offer shares additionally. I usually just lurk in here, but today I feel I gotta speak up as I've joined quite late today. Today is mad painful, huh? All my positions are bleeding. It's shitty. It's a shitty day. Um, I have a hedge for this kind of thing that's generally in place. So fortunately it doesn't hurt that bad, but it's still awful. Yeah, it's a bad day. You're not wrong. We have no choice but to continue averaging down. All holders are bag holders until Cohen does something. True. Cohen didn't copy my play. I was just buying in because they were doing a share buyback and they were in the same basket. It's the same reason I bought into DDS, right? How much money have you lost this cycle on Jamie options? Not so bad since I rolled out, but about 64,000, give or take. That's a rough estimate. If you want to feel better about your GameStop losses today, let me check. Plus, I could just do the math. I've lost 409,000 $116.50 so far today on my shares. Do you have any idea how open source projects like QuantMod measure up to private scanners? Never used it. I don't know. You're down 312, Moon? Nice. Tis but a scratch. I should say so far. Break out the VW chart. Need the hopium. How much did your hedge offset that loss? The market's not down that much today, and the VIX isn't up that much today, so not a lot. Maybe 15%. Can you explain what would happen if a stock split occurred? Could cause FOMO. Undo. All right. That's worth it. Silent lurker. Yeah, it could trigger FOMO as people try to buy in pre-split. Uh, all right. There. I undid it. Baba revenue 248 billion, share price $77. Consider that a retirement play. I have some, not a lot. I'll probably buy more. I don't play the ads, Tyler Vanway. The only reason that I turned them off actually, so you shouldn't be seeing any. The other reason that you put that undo MOASS button is because BlackRock told you that they're doing a share recall. Change my mind, Greg. I agree. We could see a lower price post earnings. MULN folks are happy. They will be until they get rug pulled. Thought it was down 168K, but turned out I've been paper trading this whole time. YouTube puts ads on channels regardless if they're monetized or not now. If you're not monetized, you just don't get paid. That's fucking bullshit. Seriously? Like, is that like an official statement for them? It was something I've suspected, but show entropy. I don't have it just like readily available to show. I'm not playing that song, turd. What's this? Oh, if something is coming, doesn't it make sense that they would short the fuck out of it before, right? Thoughts on QQQ? What do you mean thoughts on it? Fucking rocketing to the downside, isn't it? You're just like you're just asking me my thoughts on another thing that's also down. It's down. It's not looking great. Can you get a printout of these comments? The steady stream of shilly comments are interesting. All I see people doing is bragging about their loss porn. It states it right on the Google support. Ads may appear in your uploaded videos even if you haven't monetized the videos yourself. That's horseshit. Oh, I'm turning everything on. Fuck that. So if I like, so I don't even get to choose the type of ads. I want Google's stock price to go down. I need to buy more shares. What's your largest position after GME? It's either Tesla or O. I'm not sure which one right now. AMD's pretty big. But my cost basis is like non-existent there. Like current value or like my buy-in? No, I got stopped out of cat. I'm out of cat right now. I took all my monies. Although it looks good, I'm not gonna lie. That recovery at 213 is nice. Literally had your channel try to show me a 45-minute long Mac course stream highlight when visiting your channel before. It's wild. What the fuck? Maybe I should pay for advertising. Just got an ad. I think a lot of people just have YouTube Premium and or like ad block. Anyway, just 40 minutes of you saying that's not how that works. I feel like Ryan Cohen and Elon Musk are best friends without knowing it. These two billionaires hate the SEC and the crooks on Wall Street. They should come together and fight for us. Sure. Will you read us The Puppy Who Lost His Way? No. Are you just trying to get me to read to your kids, turd? This is the kind of shorting that relies on government bailouts. This is crazy. No, it's just shorting. It doesn't rely on anything. Do you have anything in mind to why GME is going down so much more compared to other basket stocks? Because fuck us, that's why. Can you read his Fox and Socks? Is it weird that I feel nothing right now? No. That's good, JFresh. You're becoming one with the stock market. You shouldn't feel anything. It's just money. It's all fake. I bought more and I'm good for the day. Nice. I did too. I picked up another 80 shares. I sold some CSPs. I'm probably going to cash out of my protective puts. Then maybe buy some more. Cat good for a re-entry, do you think? No. If I was gonna re-enter, I would have done it down here. But I think this is gonna fail. Buying any more LRC? No. Already bought some. CNS closing. Look at this run. Maybe they had a lot of long FTDs today. CNS is closing in 3 minutes. If you guys are worried that retail is selling, GME is still the highest buy to sell ratio on Fidelity. Cool. I can check it out here. There's the... Somebody sold like 2 million shares today. Who had 2 million shares? Either crime or green eggs and ham. It's... How much do these buy sell ratios actually matter if institutional moves influence the price more than retail? Not at all. You say GME dead if we say sub 100 the next few months. I mean, that wouldn't be ideal. Was this price action due to the entropy? I mean, it should push it down. I'll have to check it. I don't have it I don't have like a live indicator for that. I have to I have to have it looked up. Are the rate hikes priced in yet? I think so. Can't do a 1 to 5. They can do a 1 to 3. GameStop's corporate charter has a maximum allowed shares is 300 million. Do you not look at BBBY? What am I looking at? Is it doing something special? It's climbing up a little bit. It bounced. GameStop's trying. If you're a short stuck in a position you've been bleeding for over a year, why not go ahead and start covering now? Because it just raises the price. You never cover. Unless you have to. It's always cheaper to hold the position than it is to cover it. Is Ivy already priced into the options chain? Yeah, Ivy's up pretty significantly for at least for weeklies and like March 18, March 25 expirations. Thanks for hanging out with us. Most financial streamers bail at the first sight of a bad day. Appreciate the recommendations of nuts. No problem. Yeah, they do. I don't know why. They just can't deal with the sad. They're shorting it so hard today. Yep. Why am I not looking at IMX? Because I don't care about shit coins. Sir, every day is 1.5 to 3 million volume. I mean, we're at 3.7 right now. When reverse split, who needs so many shares anyway? All your months of trade, have you ever seen another stock drop 15% on no news? It's unusual. CVV was probably looking pretty spicy, yeah. I don't have it. I don't have it up right now. I could check it, I guess. Where is it? It's not right. Actually, arbitrage was a little higher earlier at market open. It's kind of stabilized right now. It brings more investors on board. EBAI. Big Bear AI Holdings. Ooh. That's intriguing. It could be a cup and handle. About another month if it is. Although, to be fair, before this, it really didn't have a lot of price action. Ooh, look, we're recovering. I haven't been listening to it. My God, what a bloodbath. Are we more pumped than ever? I'm pretty pumped. I'm not gonna lie. I'm excited about next week. How did you find that individual sale of 2 million GME shares? I mean, that's just what WeBull says the outflow for today is. I don't even know what metric this is. But it says negative 2.84 million shares today in large order. Did I catch the dip, Dad? You might have. I'm a little upset that I might not fill on my 75 fucking CSPs, but whatever. Can we all collude to buy zero DTEs? You mean Wall Street bets? Were you expecting so much green today? I wasn't expecting any green today. We look like shit at, like going into the pre-market. It didn't look good at all. Also, I didn't really expect anything positive to happen this week until at least Friday. To be fair, a year would be the shareholders meeting, CJ or KB. He didn't become chairman until June of 2021. We shall be watching Bruce having bought a physiotherapy company at $11 in the middle of the pandemic that killed off lots of their clients and looking at $1.50. Well, everybody had a big opportunity to make a bunch of money off of Cat and buy the dip on GME. So if they did that, awesome for them. Talk to any non-GME investor about bullish things while the stock is down 12.5%. No wonder normal people think we're nuts. You're not wrong. Be greedy when others are fearful. I don't want to speak too soon, but I'm just saying that the minute that you press the undo press MOASS button, we started getting candles. I don't know what you're talking about, Trash. I was too greedy at 180. Well, nobody was fearful, right? You were just being greedy when others were being greedy. Be greedy when others are fearful means buy VIX futures. No, people who are along the VIX just want to watch the world burn. Are you expecting a good or bad earnings report this week? Justinius, can I be just 100% honest and frank with you? I don't care. I don't care if our earnings are dog shit. I don't care if they're amazing. I don't care if there's a forward leading statement or there isn't. It means literally nothing to me. I know you guys are big tits jacked on earnings, but I don't expect them to be good. And if they are, then I'll be very happy. But if they're not, I'll have expected that. We launch on 314, 159.26. Pi day for Pi Fi halt into close. I have no idea. Ask your accountant. Surpassed you. We considered a wash trade if I sold a put at 70 and also put a stop loss in for 100 shares at 70. No, not unless it fills. Yeah, taking hundreds of thousands of dollars and YOLOing it into BBBY $80 leaps is not like a wise financial decision. Actually, it's dumb as fuck. That's like some Moonwind shit. Like Moonwind just builds up a bunch of money selling covered calls, and then he fucking blows it all on one super far out of the money strike. Says you. Wall Street bets behavior. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, when they hit, it's great. Earnings on St. Patrick's Day, and I expect to be hammered. Why do I always get called out in these hypotheticals? Because I've never seen somebody mismanage such a large quantity of money before. Usually people who make financial decisions that terrible don't keep their large amounts of money for long. If he didn't become a cat by being deep in the money calls though, did he? I mean, his calls were 2x out of the money. But that was when GameStop was wildly undervalued from a fundamental standpoint. A fair fundamental assessment, not retail's I really like the stock fundamental assessment of GameStop's value. I am the greatest investor of our generation. Dude, you lost more money on Hood than fucking Vlad, all right? $100 end of day. If so, will you get a frosted tip perm and eat a pineapple pizza pie? No. Keith Gill bought 50k shares at 150, right? He had a good eye for undervalued investment opportunities. I mean, no, he exercised $15 calls at 150. So he bought 50,000 shares at like $15 to $20. We were trading at 150. How many things in the world do you not care about? I could just it's a shorter list if I list the things I do. Money, food, and coffee. That's pretty much it. Does today's price action indicate fuckery or margin calls during OPEX? No. Do you want me to tell you it does? Sure. At least we're bouncing. Is it possible that SEC and whoever really runs the system deliberately made hidden allocation rules for MMs in order to avoid a financial crash? Yeah. $50 left. Save me. Invest it in yourself, Justin. No, I've said that word before, Johnny. I'm not going to say it again. How pumped are you for the new DRS number? I couldn't care less. Seems like institutional rebalancing. It could be. We'll know more later. Data that would indicate that won't be available till after hours. About 20 more shares at $80. Average down to 417. Congratulations, Velvet. You remember when cores ate peas? Me neither. Huh. Do you still get harassed by SS trolls? Yeah. But less. It's nice. It's also funny to know that like there were like 400 of them in here hate watching the stream every day. And based on the number of comments on Super Stonk a day, that might be all of Super Stonk. Putin and Z want a new world order. They can just DRS the float and crash the US economy. Sure. Congratulations, Deadwood. He ate peas on live stream. Who gives a shit? I've been brigading and shilling since the departure. When's my CX raise? What's your go-to coffee drink at a coffee shop? Just shots of espresso. Ah, right back down again. That was a fun bounce though, right? Someone say peas. That's my jam. Who has peas? I got a whole fucking bag of them in my freezer, trash Dan. They're organic too. Gaff, are we at your cost basis yet? Would you be ever so kind? Can you sum up the reason for today's movement in one sentence? Yeah, it's pretty simple. The market went down GameStop went down. GameStop also got shorted. Wait, what is your cost basis, Gaff? Is it super high or super low? Do you know how much ducks love frozen peas? I don't. Tell me. No problem, Jaya. Do you go grocery shopping or do you trust the delivery services? I mean, I have groceries delivered to my home, but I don't trust them. Right? Like they without fail fuck up every single order of groceries I get. It's like items I didn't order, shit I didn't want, things I did want are missing. 32. That's pretty solid. Dude, if you bought 5 more shares right now, you could bring that up to $50. Like, I'm just gonna say that I left cores ages beforehand, but peas were a huge perk. Interesting. Okay, you're trying to get banned critical hits? Like, be honest with me. DFE quadrupled down at 160. For Lux cost basis is 220. Okay, DFE exercised in the money calls at 150. With millions of dollars in his bank account. Would GME move up if DFE tweeted? If DFE tweeted earnings, fucking literally anything, we're going back to 350. Yeah, but that didn't raise his cost basis that much, OG rules. I know he did. I know that. But you're forgetting that a lot of the shares that he doubled down with were at a much lower cost basis, right? They average out. All of them are averaged together. You know that, right? Like buying 50,000 shares at 150 did not make his cost basis 150. Imagine he posts a YOLO update. That'd be fucking amazing. Fuck. Scalp that bounce for 50. I'm only down 29,950 year to date. I'm starting to think we might end the day red. Yeah, I agree with you, Jay Fresh. Why would he? I can't think of a reason that he would ever sell his shares until the company had completed its turnaround. I can't think of a single one. The value of covered calls all through the last year is way too high. I don't do that, but that actually sounds really fun, Surface Smurf. Everybody says Wind Moon, but I say how's Gurk. I'm doing fine. Congratulations, Kendra. What's the timeline for showing up on Reg Show? If GameStop or any other asset has 0.5% of its shares outstanding fail for more than 5 consecutive days, it will be placed on the Reg Show threshold list. We have them on the ropes. Someone's on the ropes. I need more coffee, man. I'm tired as fuck. I think the daylight savings time might actually be messing me up. I'm selling my car if this goes to 40. I'm selling my Tesla if this goes to 40. I don't own a Tesla, but I own Tesla, if that makes sense. Hypothetically, company has options dates on 4 times a year. One is March 18th. They have a big announcement, sure to pop its price. Do they release before or after March 18th, or do they care? It depends on if they're trying to pump their stock price up or not. Believe me, if Ryan Cohen wanted to bump GameStop up to 350 or 400, he could do so. He could come out and say all kinds of bullish shit and start a run on the stock. So why isn't he? I don't know. He could literally just go to the Wall Street Journal and have him write an article where he reiterates like my last DD and then winks at the camera and the stock will go to 350. I mean, it's just the fact that he hasn't said anything that's keeping it this low or allowing it to be shorted this low. I'm gonna write you a love letter about it, but today's been dope. Glad to be here on days like this. Y'all are fucking nuts. Good times. Cohen, in fact, cannot short his own stock, AC John. Really? You think Cohen's shorting the stock so that, you know, more people can DRS? What the f... I've been doing this for a year, and I've dealt with some of the stupidest fucking people on the internet, and you just won. You're the winner. That is the most absurd line of hopium I've ever fucking heard. Get the fuck out of here. Can you compliment me next? I don't have an open enough mind sometimes. He's not allowed to short the fucking stock. He's an insider. It's against the law. Are you calling Ryan Cohen a criminal? The man who's trying to get you to DRS your shares is a criminal? DRS isn't important. It's fucking useless. People just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they want to count the shares and they make up a bunch of other shit to get other people to guaranteed not sell theirs. That's all it is. It's just like it's a big circle jerk where everyone tries to get themselves to like push to lock up everyone else's shares because they're so afraid of other people selling. And if they believed in the company, they wouldn't give a shit if other people sell because they know there'd be more buyers. I don't care if people sell. I'll tell you that much. DRS cost 3.5 million last quarter to GME. There's no proof of that. Nobody has the fucking fee schedule for computer share with their fee agreement with GameStop. Well, they do charge fees, and there's no proof that it's the same as the other fee schedule that was found. What broker would you suggest to buy GME shares? Whichever one you want. Just not Robinhood. Robinhood's hot garbage. Pick one that's got a few trillion in assets. Emailed investor relations. Oh, cool. Fuck off, average Joe. What I don't get is that DDS benefits from the high amount of locked shares, but GME wouldn't profit from that. Where's the difference? How does DDS benefit from the high amount of locked shares? They have no options chain. Their stock is stagnant as fuck. There's like no liquidity. The reason the price on DDS has continued up all year is because they offered a $15 special dividend in November, and they fucking had amazing earnings all of last year. I'm sure you probably covered this before, but would the whole float being DRS to mean anything, or still no in your opinion? Sure, if it hits 100%. And it's not going to catalyze a short squeeze, but it would be proof of ownership. I don't believe in intangible things, AC John. Sorry. I just got here. RC is shorting GME. No. RC cannot short GameStop. You think RC will keep shorting GME tomorrow? When people are telling me that you need to believe in something in the stock market, like DRS, then I know it's truly bullshit. If your entire thesis behind DRS is that you need to believe that it's gonna work, you've already failed. Yeah, they could be dipping it into earnings because they think earnings is going to be good, dropping the price low, so if they have to cover afterwards, it's done so at a cheaper rate. But he can short BBBY. I mean, yeah. I've only ever given a fair assessment of DRS. That's the problem with my opinion on DRS, is that I'm not like running around telling people that if the brokerage is all burned to the ground, DRS is the way. That's why people get pissed about the things I say about DRS. Because the fake misinformation campaign that backs the push for DRS is exactly that. We think RC is DRS is shorts. Percent chance people are jumping out of GME and buying into BBBY. Whatever. You're just not believing hard enough. No, John Jar Banks. Remember when this kind of price action kept us bullish? I'm bullish as fuck. You literally haven't been able to buy GameStop this cheap since last year. Last time we had over 4 million volume? Oh, like not even that long ago. Let's see. Feb 8th. The last big FTD day, we had 4.95 million. January or Feb 1st, we had 3.5. January 26th, we had 8 million. January 7th, we had 12 million. January 6th, we had 6 million. We've hit a 52-week low on IQ on Pi Day. Bullish. Thanks, Chris. Do you like your rowing machine? I want to get one. It's pretty cool. I kind of want to get something else too, though, because it does get boring. I've been bullish for more than 4 hours. Should I call a doctor? Probably. At what price would you expect institutional buying? We could see some interest at this price range, but I think it'd need to be a little bit lower. I think sub 40, it really picks up. What FUD? There's no FUD in the YouTube chat. Oh snap, did you row today? I didn't. Later, John. I do have Beat Saber. Sometimes I play that. I wouldn't really call it exercise. It's mostly just moving my hands around. You stop eating when you're full or when you hate yourself? Usually as soon as my hunger is satiated. No one told me my cat calls that they were supposed to be red. Oh, beacon of hope. Caterpillar just doesn't care about the market. It's its own market. What GME options expiry are you currently in? June. Set up a treadmill desk. What's that? You mean I could do this stream while walking all day? You're not beating your saber fast enough. RC used RRP to short GME so you could use the Evergrande default to seller box Citadel and avoid an OPEX DRS. It all makes sense now. I mean, yeah, of course. If I'm walking all day, I'm not gonna stop vaping while I'm doing it. Imagine the thigh cam. But utilization has been over 100% for 3 weeks. This shorting is illegal. Are you bullshit Biden blaming Putin for inflation in the US? Nice. I mean, the rising cost of oil is a big chunk of our inflation. It's not all of it, but LME says trading nickel contracts will resume on March 16th. Cool. I know you've pointed out that utilization being high doesn't tell the full story, but it does tell us something. Yes. Yes, it does. Especially the point at which utilization began to climb, which was as soon as XRT was thresholded. Sounding like that's the full extent of the problem is dishonest. No, Phil Rocker, this is America. It's Russia's fault. It's been our go-to for 50 years. We had a little break, but 70 years? Ding ding. Goddamn fucking communists raising the price of oil. All right. Hey, we went up right at the end of the day. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I know it was a rough one, but this is honestly probably a solid floor. If the market crashes, yeah, we can see lower prices, but it's looking good holding at 80, which is a fair value. We could see some institutional interest pick up. We may be seeing some effects from ETF rebalancing moving into next week as big funds that are heavily invested in GameStop move their money around. If GameStop is indeed heading back to the Russell 2000, that will encourage some serious buying, but it will also drive up liquidity, which could be interesting, could be bad. We'll see. Peace out, Shill. See you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.